Hi guys, hello. Hey guys. I I saw someone do the hi Goshi. Hello. Hello. Um I saw someone do the thunder earlier. Um I want to check. I want to check volume. It sounded louder in a good way. Okay, good. Okay, good. Good shit. Good shit. The owl should be much louder too. The owl is what received some I'm at half my usual volume and heard it just fine. Okay. The magic thing is disabled though. I wanted to have the magic disabled until the books are active. It doesn't make much sense to have it without the books active. So I figured I would there we go. Yep, gotta wait. Yep. Hi Koi, hello. Thank you for the cat ears. I'll turn it on when you bring the books up like last time. Oh, you will? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. You guys, before I started stream today, yeah, I got you. Thank you. Before I started this stream, not earlier, but this stream, I was checking all of my volumes, and I remember the last stream there was like sound issues with the alerts after I was done with the ASMR section, and I went through them all, and there was some I didn't silence, and I think we just got lucky last stream that no one redeemed them, or that no one did the thing that made the alert happen. So glad I found that out today. Really, because I genuinely looked through them. Oh, the alerts, not the channel point redeems. I misspoke. So when someone follows or someone subs, yeah, you know the sounds that usually happen. Not all of them were unactivated, which would have jump scared everyone. I also forgot to put no ads in my title, so that's why I updated that as well. Because I don't want to put ads on the ASMR stream. You know, God forbid, God forbid, someone is sitting here listening to me falling asleep, and then they get hit with a really loud Taco Bell ad or something. Yeah. Also, I turned up all of the sounds. I turned up the owl, I turned up the thunder, and I turned up the rain just slightly. So hopefully it's a good volume. Hi. Hi Nutch. Hello. Please feel free to tell me if anything is too loud. That would ruin more than just their gut getting a Taco Bell ad during this. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I love that, to be honest. Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, great. Yeah, I just, you know, I'd use that just as my entry sound, but your entry sound. Yeah, anytime Crimson is seen in chat, that's how that would be really funny if I could figure out how to do that. If I could figure it out for sure. To be honest, if I want ASMR and I see a channel with ads on, I'm leaving. Like, bruh. Right, exactly. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Because why even the ads would ruin the ASMR experience, you know? Yeah, there ain't no way. I'm not leaving ads on for that. No. But there are some people that do. Hmm. It's good to have you guys here. I I know it's only been a couple of hours since I was live, but I do I do look forward to this. I'm excited to get more into this story. Um Setting up an entry sound would be fairly easy. Yeah, I know I could do it through StreamerBot. There's a lot of things that I can do through StreamerBot. So, I have a I have a wealth of knowledge. It's just finding the time to do it. And to be honest, if I gave Crimson an entry sound, I feel like that would inflate his ego so much, and I don't really think that, I don't really think that he needs a bigger ego. I really don't. Um, Hi Squishy, thank you for the lurk. Hi Snaggle, welcome back. Love that I have Casket blessed copy of this book. Yes, yes. Hi meme, girl, my ego barely exists as it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Maybe, but I don't know. Okay, but let's talk about my ego. Yeah, Crimsy's ego is big enough, I agree. Oh my god. You guys. Hmm. Um, yeah, I am very much looking forward to this. I can't wait. Cast the apple I had earlier was awesome. I saw your pictures. I saw your pictures. It looked so good. It looked so good. For real. Catch strays even as admin chamber. Oh, honey. You became an admin so you could catch more strays. I hope you know. Ah, fuck. I have, oh, for sure. I knew what I was signing up for. Ah, ah, I think you're cool and deserving of an entry, Crimson. Aw. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I actually, I'm actually drinking the same energy drink that I was drinking earlier in the day. I, I didn't want to, I didn't want to be too tired for this because we're going to be here for a little bit. So I wanted to, I don't know, make sure that I was awake. So I'm going to hydrate with that, but I do have a full bottle of water here too for when I inevitably start reading. I do think I do think streaming earlier in the day before I do the ASMR is a good idea though, because it does warm up my voice a whole lot. Hello, it is I again with the next Easter joke. Oh my god, I keep forgetting Easter is coming up. Why don't rabbits get hot in the summer? I don't know. Why don't rabbits get hot in the summer? Oh god, I forgot about Easter again. I forget about it every year. They have hair conditioning? What hair conditioning? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, that's fucking funny. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, chat. Oh, by the way, Cass, did you want me to nab snippets of you reading for clips? I think if you did them, like, the last time, like if you get some that are like good moments, you think, sure, why not? Sure, why not? But I really, I really just want you guys to sit back and enjoy more than anything, you know? The book is really important. Not important, but it's one of my favorites, and it will probably suck you in again. Do any of you guys? All moments are good moments with you. Oh my god, thank you. I got it back. Oh shit, Ted W Street, you're on your way. The book is gonna suck me. I'm in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mm. Does anyone that was here last Friday, do you guys remember what happened? We can we can kind of discuss a brief summary if you want of the first 8 chapters. It was a pretty good time, but I want to see, do you guys remember what happened? Might need a small summary, please. We as a society need to deal with you. Hey, Cherry, I am part of society, and I just feel like that's way above my pay grade, you know? My brain is full of a lot of random info. Okay, so to summarize the first 8 chapters that we read last week, we met our main character. Main character's name is Alice. She was, for all intents and purposes, homeless most of her life. She has been traveling with her mom, going place to place, moving around a lot because her and her family have very bad luck. They have extremely bad luck. So they were essentially walking around, trying to outrun their bad luck. And what kind of ends up happening is they get news that Alice's grandmother passes away, and her mom seems convinced that the bad luck that's been following them for Alice's whole life is finally over now that her grandmother has passed. We're not really given any context as to why that's what her mom believes, but that's what her mom believes. So they decide to stop traveling and couch surfing and going from place to place to outrun this bad luck. And instead, her mom ends up settling down, marrying, and Alice ends up going to like a normal high school, and I believe that the setting is New York. Not New York City, but just in New York. And some things happen. You learn more about Alice's school experience and how she doesn't really get along with her stepsister. And then essentially what ends up happening is that her mother goes missing. Her mother goes missing, and she believes that someone from her grandmother's life is to blame. And her grandmother also is an author, and wrote a very famous, niche, hard to find book of fairy tales. So there's something that has to do with these fairy tales that is linked to Alice's life and linked to her mother's disappearance. And she has a friend who she also kind of low-key has a crush on, that has read her grandmother's book, because her grandmother's book is really, really hard to get a hold of, apparently. And he is recounting one of the fables or one of the fairy tales in her grandmother's book to her. And he is doing this because Alice found like essentially a calling card on her pillow of an excerpt or a page ripped out from that book, and it's called Alice 3 Times. So, calling card persona. So that's kind of where we've left off. She is getting her friend to recount Alice 3 times to see if there's a clue in that fairy tale that could tell her how to find her missing mother. Chat, if any of you guys were here last week, is there any other details you remember that maybe I didn't touch on? Low-key crush, she either hasn't figured it out or is in denial that she has a crush. I think that she's in denial, personally. Just from reading this book to you guys last week, I think she's in denial. I think that she knows that her friend likes her back, but I don't think that she has enough experience with that world to know how she feels, you know? So yeah, that's where we are. The chapter we left off on was him about to start telling the story. And so chapter 9 is where we're starting. Chapter 9 is going to just immerse you right into the fairy tale. So I figured what I'll do is if I open the book here with my Chansey Pokemon card as a bookmark, I'll reread the last page of chapter 8 to give us a little kickstart for where we left off, and then we'll move right on into chapter 9. Wait, how did she end up in Egypt? It was a hell of a cliffhanger. I'm so sorry. Back again. Hello. Hello, welcome back. Welcome in. Oh, hi, Barty. Hello. She's in denial. Yeah, like the river, right? Like the river, right? Okay, guys. It's magic time. Crimson, can you turn on that channel point redeem for me? Oh yes, guys, don't forget to claim your daily pieces of fruit. And as a reminder, I know I put it on the screen too, but I will be reading chat between chapters, so that way I don't interrupt the flow of the reading, and everyone is able to follow along. Gee, Billy, your mom lets you have 2 casket streams? Yep, 2 of them. 2 of them in the same day. You guys are so spoiled. Okay, so mods, if you see me get a raid, or if new people find us, please greet them in my stead. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Okay. Also, hi, Alex. Hello. Oh, good, it works. It works. Hell yeah. Okay, guys, here's the last page of chapter 8. We ended up at a diner on 79th Street, the kind of place where even a bowl of matzo ball soup cost $12. That was what Finch ordered, plus a club sandwich with extra pickles on the side. I got pancakes, drowning in blueberry syrup, because that's what I ate at dinner with the red-haired man. They congealed fast on my plate and failed to bring any repressed memories flooding back. I kept my phone on the table between us, my heart sinking a little lower every time I looked at its muted black screen. The whole world was bending around the absence of my mother, like light ricocheting off of something too dark to illuminate. I saw my face in the bowl of the extra soup spoon the waitress had laid on the table. My eyes were shocked holes. Finch ate 1 pickle, put another on the edge of my saucer, and cut the last one in 4 and tucked each part into a wedge of his sandwich. Okay, he said. Here's what I remember about Alice 3 times. His recounting was more detailed than I'd hoped it would be, though he kept second-guessing himself and tangling it with other tales. The basic shape of it went like this. Chapter 9. On a cold day, in a distant kingdom, a daughter was born to a queen and a king. Her eyes were shiny and black all over, and the midwife laid her in the queen's arms and fled. The queen looked into the girl's eyes, shining dark as beetle shells, and despised her on sight. The girl was small and never made a sound, not even a cry the day she was born. Sure, she would have lived. The queen refused to name her. At first her prophecy seemed true. The months passed, and the baby failed to grow. But she didn't die. 2 years bloomed and faded, and she was still as little as the day she was born. And just as silent. And she lived on sheep's milk because the queen refused to nurse her. Then one morning, when the nurse went to feed her, she found the baby had grown in the night, and she was now as big as a child of 7. Her limbs were frail as a frog's, but her eyes were still a defiant black. It was decided, then, she would live. The king pressed his wife to name her, and the queen chose a name that was small and powerless, an ill-starred name for a princess. The queen called her Alice. Alice spoke, finally, always in full sentences. She spoke only to other children, mostly to make them cry, and once again she stopped getting bigger. The years went by, and the royal household started to believe she'd been a child forever, playing tricks on her siblings and scaring the maids with her black, black eyes. Until, on a morning so icy cold the breath froze on your lips if you dared to go outside, a nursemaid went to wake Alice and found a girl of 12 sleeping in her bed. She was a creature of points and angles, a colt who could barely walk on her new legs. The servants whispered that she was a changeling, but her eyes were black as ever, and her temper the same. She didn't talk much, and she appeared places she shouldn't. The castle had trouble keeping servants, and the queen's women gossiped that the girl was to blame. The nursemaid charged with raising Alice learned to fear the day when she'd again find a stranger in the princess's bed. On the morning she discovered a black-eyed girl of 17 waiting for her in Alice's chamber, the woman whispered a curse and left the castle for good. The princess was young in years, but had become very beautiful, and at least looked to be of age. The king, who'd rarely spoken a word to her directly, now watched her with an inquisitive eye. He gave her gifts not meant for a daughter: a dragonfly catch for her cloak made of red metal, a blown glass flower that looked like a scorpion striking. The queen made a decision. It was time for Alice to marry. Because she was the daughter of a king, in a world where these things were indulged, the girl set her suitors a task. Whoever could fill a silk purse with ice from the kingdom's distant ice caverns and carry it back to her, she'd agree to marry. If they failed, they died. Of course, most of the suitors were fools. They rode a day and night to bring the ice for her little silk purse, and it melted to nothing on the way. They brought ice from a frozen stream a mile from the palace, and she tasted their treachery in its familiar scummy tang. Or they brought diamonds, hoping ice was a metaphor, and lost their lives for the mistake. The men who solved the puzzle were 2 brothers from the north, their skin nearly as pale as the ice they carried. They packed it in sawdust and carved it into bits before entering her father's hall. When the older brother showed her it had been done, she went still. The color drained out of her face. It made him smile. "But which one of you will she marry?" the king asked. The brother smiled again. Everyone present was beginning to understand it wasn't a nice thing when the brother smiled. "We don't want a wife," he said. "We want a housemaid. She'll bake our bread and clean our house and bear the children who will serve us after she's dead." The girl said nothing. Instead, she took her little purse of ice and tipped it down her throat. In moments, frost bloomed on her arms. Her skin went blue, her eyes ice white, and she froze solid. Her father shouted, her mother screamed, and the two brothers argued, deciding finally to take her as she was, intending to decide what to do with her on the road. They set off that night, the two brothers and the girl, tied to a horse her father gave as a dowry. Her mother watched her go, and it was as if the silver of ice that had lodged in her heart the day the girl was born melted away. The brothers rode until the stars were nearly faded, then stopped to make camp. They lay their bedrolls on the ground and lay their stiff bride under a tree. They slept. The younger brother had terrible dreams about a fox with holes for eyes, and a child who laughed while drowning in an ice-cold pond. As the sun bled over the horizon the next morning, he woke to find his brother dead. The man's skin bristled with frost, and his mouth and eyes were frozen open in horror. The girl was as still as ever. Her cold body didn't respond, even when the remaining brother kicked it sharply with his boot. He thought fast. He left his brother where he lay, packed a camp, and tied the girl's stone-like hands and feet with strong rope, just in case. He left her behind with his frozen brother and rode away like the devil was after him. As he rode, he kept hearing a sound like wind through icy branches and thumps of wet snow sliding to the ground at night. He rode faster. When his horse was covered in froth and he was too hungry and exhausted to continue, he stopped and made camp. He sat up all night holding a knife to his chest, keeping a small fire alive. Nothing came for him in the night, and he felt foolish. Until the sun rose, and he turned and saw his horse. The animal was dead, its eyes colored over with a membrane of frost, and its mane had ice crystals in it. The younger brother continued his journey on foot. The trees he moved through were so thick the sunlight could barely bleak through them, and he met no one on his way. The air he breathed tasted frozen in his throat and chilled his eyes until they ached, though it was spring thaw all around him. It was barely dark when he laid down to rest, so tired he couldn't summon up the strength to feel afraid. And when his eyes had closed, the princess came out from behind a tree hung with creepy vines. She laid her hand on his eyes and placed her mouth over his. And when he was dead, she stood up tall. The ice was still in her, and her eyes swirled like cirrus clouds. She turned. There was a scent in the air of cold lilacs, a late freeze on an early bloom. It was the smell of her mother's perfume. The black-eyed girl felt her parents' distant castle like the pulsing heartbeat of an animal she wanted to kill, and she set her path back towards it. And that was chapter 9, Alice 3 Times. Pretty creepy. This is how Casket's gonna kill us? Not quite. Not quite. If you're here, you're already dead. Sorry. There's a theme of husband killing? Mayhaps? Mayhaps? Okay, chapter 10. Let's dissect this, shall we? Finch stopped talking. The diner rustled around us, spoons chiming on cups, plates set to tables with a smack. I felt a sharp sting and looked down. I'd ripped the cuticle on my right index finger to bloody shreds. Is that it? I asked firmly. His eyes were worried, staring over my shoulder. No, it's just... He half stood, and then sat again. I thought I... Never mind. What is it? My head pulsed with a 3 a.m. black coffee feeling, and my teeth chattered twice before I clamped my jaw shut. I jerked a look back over each shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. 3 girls, younger than us, drinking coffee and wearing sunglasses. At night. A table of old men in work jackets, a dark-haired woman biting into a sugar cube. What did you see? I whispered. I ran a hand through his hair, made it bigger. Nothing. I'm on edge. I took a last look around. Nobody looked back. You remembered a lot, I said. He jammed another wedge of sandwich in his mouth and was chewing mechanically, his eyes darting around. When I love a book, he said around the sandwich, I read it more than once. How does the story end? But Finch was out of storytelling mode, his eyes still flicking past my shoulder every few seconds. Bloody revenge, obviously. Revenge for what? The usual. Neglectful mom, criminal dad, shades of 1,000 furs in case I didn't make that clear. Coffee? Finch and I jumped as our waitress swung by with a fresh pot. You're more on edge now, I said when she was gone. Telling the story. It made you nervous. I've never told one of them out loud. It almost made me think I was seeing things. His head twitched as he checked out the table behind us, a college-age guy and a woman in her 40s, neither of them talking. My own nerves were raw as rope, almost rubbed through. I couldn't have him breaking down, too. Fine, no more story time. Just, why do you think my mom named me after that story specifically? Maybe she didn't. Maybe whoever left the page is trying to mess with you. She could have named you after, I don't know, Alice in Wonderland, or nobody at all. He took a swig of his coffee, rolled his neck. Calm, laid-back Finch was returning, sliding into place over his skin. It bothered me that he got to see me broken and all I got was the same candy shell he showed everyone else. Still, maybe she did, I said, letting the story's strange rhythm play over in my mind. It was different from what I thought it would be. It rattled around in my skull, unfinished. I'd assumed Althea's work would have a strong feminist message, allegorical undertones, a clear arc of story. I'd expected Angela Carter at best. Animal Farm with princesses at worst. But this story had no allegiance to anything. It was winding and creepy and not even that bloody. There were no heroes, no wedding, no message. You know who my dad is, right? Finch crushed oyster crackers into his soup. Sort of. Of course I knew who his dad was. So my name, my full name, is Ellery Oliver John Nelson Abrams Finch. Does that fit on a Scantron? A what? Never mind. Of course the touchy-feely grade school Finch must have attended didn't use Scantrons. His middle school had probably graded with hearts and flowers. Ellery was my dad's grandfather's name, but guess where they got the Oliver? Oliver Twist? Nope. Oliver Wendell Holmes? I wish, but no. Oliver Hardy? My parents aren't that cool. Fine, I give up. My mom's brother. He lived in the States for a few years before I was born, when my mom was still modeling. Then he moved back to Ghana, when I was a baby. My stepmom has never once called me Ellery. She only calls me Oliver. She likes to pretend I'm not related to my dad at all, because I don't look like him. I look like my mom, like my uncle. She's trying, through, power of sicko suggestion, to imply that I'm not my dad's, that I'm, my uncle's. My stomach kicked like a rabbit. Are you sure she means it that way? That'd be a pretty sick accusation. She's a pretty sick woman. She's trying to get pregnant right now, and she's at least 45. It's straight out of a fucking fairy tale. Like someday she'll convince my dad I'm not even his, and her baby will inherit it all. Like I even want it. Like I'd ever want to be a man like my dad. Finch is smiling. Vaguely cloudy Finch's smiling, vaguely cloudy aspect had burned away. His face was a fierce beam of bitterness. The way he was gripping his coffee cup, I thought it might crack. I reached out to lay my hand over his before I could think about it. He sat up straighter, his eyes refocused on mine. The serene smile inched back into his face, but now that I'd seen beneath it, I could tell it wasn't a perfect fit. My mom used to let me swim in fountains, I said, leaning slowly back and pulling my hand away. The memory came from nowhere. I hadn't thought about it in years. I always wanted to jump face first into a body of water bigger than a puddle, and and most moms would never let it happen, right? Because of security guards and waterborne diseases or whatever. But what Ella would do was put on her sunglasses and sit a little ways away while I jumped into the fountain and shrieked and partied until someone noticed. And then she'd have to pretend to be mad, but she never made me get out until the last possible second. This happened in malls, courtyards, parks. It was awesome. My mom punched my stepmom in the stomach once. I choked on my water. What? Was it at the wedding? God, that would have been even better. I'm telling it that way next time, but no, it was right after she found out about her and my dad. Total cliche. My stepmom was my dad's personal assistant. Oh God, drama. So my mom cabs over to his office, and my stepmom's all, "Good day, Mrs. John Nelson Abrams Finch," because of course she's really proper about those things. The bullshit things. And my mom hauls off and socks her right in the stomach. Wow. Did she sue for assault? Nope. According to my dad's business partner, she pretended like it didn't even happen. Once she could breathe normally again, I mean. She's a Vaseline on the teeth type. Damn, your mom sounds ballsy. I stuttered to silence, remembering I had the tense wrong, wondering if he knew I knew she was dead. But before I could feel worse, I saw something over Finch's shoulder that made my vision tunnel. It was the boy in the cab. The one who'd offer me a lift after school. In the weirdness of everything that had happened since, I'd forgotten about him. He was slouching in a vinyl seat at the back of the restaurant, holding a coffee mug in one hand and wearing his ratty flat cap. Everything in his posture said he didn't see me, and for a second I mistrusted my racing heart. And then he shifted slightly and winked at me before turning his head towards the waitress. "Finch," I said quietly, "we're going. Now." He looked at my face and nodded, dug out a few bills to throw on the table. The boy in the cap was getting his coffee refilled when we slid from the booth and back out onto 79th Street. "I think there's a guy in there who's following me," I said, giving up on the idea of not sounding insane. We'd turned a sharp corner and were careening down the street, dodging clumps of tourists. For one, I was glad we were there. "What's he look like? College age, but kind of old-timey, like I don't know, a good-looking cabbie during Prohibition?" Good-looking. The stupid question hung in the air. I was looking back over my shoulder so often it took me a minute to realize we were weaving towards his place, where I would, what? Spend the night? Felt a pang of self-loathing. Freeloading again? Off a boy I barely knew? A boy whose eyes were the alert, shining color of sunshine through coke, with a kinetic energy that made him seem like he'd never slept. By the time we reached his block, I was seriously considering heading to Lana's, or Salty Dog. I had a key. I could lie across 2 tables to sleep, sneak out before it opened the next morning. Look, Finch, you don't have to take me back to your... Stop. His voice was so harsh that I did. But he wasn't looking at me. He grabbed the back of my jacket in his fist and pulled me towards the low wall surrounding Central Park, across and a couple of doors down from his place. Get down, he hissed. He was staring hard at a figure standing just beyond the spill of light beneath the awning. At first, I just saw a girl in black. Black dress, black boots, a brief stretch of pale leg between them. My eyes adjusted, and I started picking out details. Her hair was a sweep of piled up dark, with a white comic book stripe blazing down the center. Her eyes were so light I could actually see them from where we were crouched. They cast a glow. They ticked back and forth, watching the sidewalk. My skin crawled when I considered the possibility of them landing on me. When she shifted a bit in the shadows, I saw the messy scar that ran down her right temple and cupped her chin like a palm. Over the wall, Finch said in a rough whisper, tugging me backward towards the park. We crouched in the shadows of a juniper bush. The air was resinous on my tongue. Do you see that girl? Finch asked. His eyes were glittery and weird. That's Twice Killed Catherine. It took me a minute to place his words. It was the title of one of the stories in Tales from the Hinterland. You mean she looks like her? Is her. That girl is Twice Killed Catherine. He looked at me with a face like a subway preacher, lit and fierce. What? Like you've seen her before? This is New York. She looks like a million fashiony girls. You're just saying that because you haven't read it. Look at her scar, and her hair, and... oh my god, do you see what she's holding? I squinted at the thing she held to her chest but couldn't make it out. It's a bird cage. It's what Twice Killed Catherine carries. This is... he hissed. This is the Hinterland. I started to respond, but the girl did something so strange and terrifying it shut both of us up for a long time. A man in a heavy gray overcoat was walking down the street towards her, smoking a cigarette and talking into his cell phone. As he passed her, he did a subtle double take, maybe noticing her scarred face. But before he could get too far, she opened the bird cage. The thing that came out of it was canary-shaped, but it wasn't canary. It was a small and darting and looked like it had been a hole punched out of a shadow. It unfurled its wings wider and wider until it was the size of a hawk. It went for the man. As Finch and I gripped hands and knelt like cowards in the park, the thing latched onto his neck. He went down noiselessly, and the creature dropped heavy onto his chest. It stretched its wings so we couldn't see exactly what it was doing. I looked back at the girl, swallowed a scream, squeezed Finch's hand harder. Her black and white hair shivered with red. Her skin turned from pale to peach, her lips curled, even her scar plumped up onto unmarked skin. But the expression on her face was worse than anything. It was kind of selfish ecstasy. The bird lifted off the man, folded itself back into a tiny wedge of nightmare, and winged towards its cage. The girl clasped the door shut and backed deeper into the shadows between streetlights. Is he dead? I whispered. My voice was a skeleton leaf. The man on the ground rose shakily to his feet. He was swimming in his coat and had the air of a person who had forgotten something. His hair was ash white. He staggered over the sidewalk like a zombie. "Run," said Finch, and we did. We pounded through the park, pools of lamplight strobing over us and dead leaves clenching at our ankles. The air smelled silvery, with a hint of mulch, and the cold wind made my eyes stream. Sweat had pooled on my back by the time we dropped onto a bench. That was not possible, I said hoarsely. Finch's pupils were blasted wide. He looked strung out. That was the hinterland. Fuck. I couldn't respond. It was my first true glimpse of the hinterland, my first solid proof that there was something terribly real behind Althea's messed up tales. I should have been reeling. But I couldn't stop thinking that maybe it wasn't the first glimpse. All my life I thought we'd been stalked by bad luck in the form of weather and disasters and acts of God and strange human viciousness. Maybe all this time, we were being stalked by the hinterland. "What'd she do to that man?" I asked. "Does she do it in the story?" He breathed through his open mouth a few times and fell back against the bench. "It's not how I pictured it, but yeah, it keeps her young. Or alive, maybe. It's also her revenge on the people who killed her. Or worse, yeah. So, what do we do now?" I should call my dad, make sure he's at home, or talk him into staying away if he isn't. But he didn't make a move towards his phone. "Finch," I said, "do you think Catherine wouldn't hurt your mom?" His eyes flicked to mine. "She doesn't target women. What we need is a place to stay, get some sleep, and then we figure out what's next." His expression mirrored what I felt, the black hole suck of exhaustion that strikes after trauma, when everything has changed and your messed up brain is flying around like stars, and then your body, all it needs imposes itself, cutting you off from madness. My situation hit me hard. Homeless, without my mom, being stalked by something I couldn't see the breath of or understand. I was wrung out, and without Finch, I'd be totally alone. "Thank you" was too small. "I'm sorry." So inadequate it made me cringe. "Okay," I said instead. "Lead the way." And that's the end of chapter 10. What do you guys think? Fairy tales come to life? Oh, hello, new friend. Hi, Louie. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome to the afterlife. I hope your Saturday night is going well. I think so, to be honest. I am so intrigued, bro. Hi, Aya. Hello. Yeah, maybe the hinterland is real. Maybe, maybe the fairy tales are real. I think fairy tales aren't coming to. I think fairy tales are just tales from another place. Ooh, interesting. Interesting take. Interesting take. How are you doing today? Good night. I'm doing exceptional, thank you. I'm happy you're here for me to read you a bedtime story. We're reading one of my favorite books today. You think that the fairy tales are just tales from another place. I mean, that does kind of make sense, right? Given the story of her grandmother and how she supposedly, quote, disappeared, right? And then she reappeared and then wrote that book. Very possible. I don't know. know. Should we read another chapter? Move on to chapter 11? Gosh, could you imagine? Oh, you tease. Me? A tease? No. You must be mistaken. Yeah, Grandma was isekai'd and has been leaking the secrets. Ooh, isekai'd leaking the secrets? And now what? And now the fairy tales are, what, coming into this world and stealing all the books? Killing everyone who knows about them? Maybe. Can we finish the book? That sounds cozy time. I don't know if we can finish all 30 chapters tonight, but we can definitely continue on. Something like that. Okay. Let's proceed with chapter 11, shall we? Few problems were unsolvable when you had boatloads of cash and a lifetime worth of rich friends. Finch made some calls, and an hour after leaving the park, we were ringing the bell at a townhouse in Brooklyn Heights. The boy who answered had lank, indie rocker hair that fell to his chin. I could tell he was high, even before I smelled the hot box stink surrounding him. "Ellery Finch," he said, but with way more syllables. "Hey, David." Finch ducked his head, glancing at me. I'm not a smile-at-strangers type by nature, but life on the road had driven home the importance of being a gracious houseguest. "Nice to meet you, David. I'm Alice. Thanks for putting us up." He grinned at me for a while, then nodded. I was pretty sure he'd meant to say something, but forgot he hadn't. David's family had the whole building to themselves. It was a converted church, exposed brick and salvaged stained glass windows everywhere you looked. I swore I could smell candle wax and old incense breathing out of the walls. "Glad you could take us in, Dee," said Finch. "Your parents are in Europe?" "France, man. My little sister's getting in trouble in boarding school over there. She's like a crime kingpin in a uniform, man." We'd interrupted him in the middle of eating a plate of greasy microwave nachos. I found it kind of endearing, even though the cheese was probably small batch Normandy cheddar. He offered me a bite. I turned him down. "The guest room is stripped. No sheets. You and your girlfriend can have Courtney's room. Second door on the right. But you have to not mind Doctor Who and shit." Finch didn't correct him on the girlfriend thing, just nodded. "Cool, man. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate it." David made a motion like he was balling up the thanks and jump-shotting it into a trash. "Glad to see you. Glad you could come. Want a nacho?" We declined again. The two of them shot the shit for a while, discussing people they'd gone to junior high with, before David's parents moved him to Brooklyn. I kept my eyes on the corners where shadows gathered, on the windows where the shades weren't drawn, waiting to see a girl with a birdcage, a boy in a cap. My hand was loosely cupped around my phone, set to vibrate. Every minute that passed without word from Ella made the chasm between my feet yawn wider. I could sense Finch's fatigue and could barely hide my own. As soon as it was even a little bit polite, he did a yawn and stretch. "Cool if we turn in. We have to get out of here really early tomorrow morning." "Yeah? You leaving town?" Finch flicked his eyes my way. "Not, maybe. We'll see." "Heading upstate, probably," I said impulsively, and then flushed. It was an idea from an alternate world, one in which my mom was still at Harold's and Finch and I were really together. "Ah, for the leaves and shit. Apple picking, man. Hay rides, pumpkin carving, scarecrows, wax vampire teeth, dude." Before he could free associate his way towards seasonal lattes and fisherman sweaters, Finch stood up. They did a chest bump thing. I gave David a half hug, and we showed ourselves upstairs. I checked out the darkened master bedroom as we paused. What was that? Okay. Sorry, my computer made a weird noise, but we're all good. Where was I? Oh, I checked out the darkened master bedroom as we passed. A wide window overlooked the East River, pinpricks of lighted windows winking at me from across the water. A fugue of weeds and socks and strawberry room spray announced which room was David's, but his sister's smelled pleasant and unpersonalized, like an expensive hotel. When Finch fumbled on the light, we gasped at the walls, then looked at each other and cracked up. Before she was a boarding school thug, Courtney was a fangirl. Her room was papered with magazine photos, Harry Potter posters, photos of her and her friends hanging out in diner booths, Broadway tickets marched around the sides of the mirror attached to her spindly antique vanity, and a matching bookcase was filled half with colorful paperbacks, half with DVD box sets. Firefly sat next to Staying Fat for Sarah Burns. Supernatural shared a shelf with Akata Witch. I scanned the case for Tales from the Hinterland, but it wasn't there. The floor was spotless, the sleigh bed made up with swaggered cream sheets, with the walls teeming with bright celebrity teeth and yards of shining hair, made the place feel hectic. I thought Ellery felt the same, because he turned on a side lamp and switched off the overhead. The hot riot of faces receded into gloom. "Who gets the bed?" I asked. Nice guys like Finch don't let troubled girls like me take the floor usually, but you never know. He gave me a weird look. "You get the bed. 10 to 1 there's a trundle under there, or a Dora the Explorer sleeping bag in the closet." It was Betty Boop, but I still gave him credit. I washed my face and rinsed my mouth in the adjoining white and rose gold bathroom, and contemplated a shower, but the idea of getting clean just to climb back into dirty clothes was too depressing. Once I tucked into Courtney's pretty bed, I wriggled out of my uniform skirt and folded it on top of the pillow next to my head. "Lights out?" Finch said. He was lying atop the sleeping bag, fully clothed, his hands propped behind his head. I nodded, and he reached back to flick off the lamp. The vaporous light of old street lamps filtered in around us. Somewhere in the house, a heater whooshed to life. The feeling of settling into an unfamiliar house was a familiar one. I closed my eyes and let myself pretend for one long minute that it was my mother lying on the floor beside me. The pain around my heart expanded, sharp and hot as a supernova, and I rolled over to breathe into the sheets. I knew the sounds of someone trying to hold back tears in the dark, and I knew I was making them. If Finch tries to comfort me, I'll smother him with Courtney's Eiffel Tower pillow. He didn't. I counted to 10, 20, 50. The counting worked like Novocaine, like it always did. Finally, I rolled onto my back again and stared up at the ceiling. "There's one weird thing I haven't told you," I said into the quiet. Finch's head tilted towards me. "There's someone else who might be following me." "Besides the guy at the diner?" "Yeah." I stayed quiet a moment, trying to decide how to say it without sounding melodramatic. When I was little, a guy, took me, abducted me. He didn't hurt me, or, anything, but I'm pretty sure I saw him at the cafe where I work. I wasn't pretty sure, I was certain, but felt glad I hedged my bets when Finch shot up to a sitting position. Holy shit. Did he do anything to you? No, no way. He didn't talk to me. He didn't come near me. I just saw him, and then he ran away. Slowly, he subsided back into the sleeping bag. He really didn't... when he kidnapped you. He never touched me. He asked me to get in his car, and I did. I was a kid. He told me stories and fed me pancakes. Finch's response was sharp. What stories? I don't remember. I remember liking them, though, and he told me he was taking me to Althea, so I thought of the things he'd left behind, now tucked into the bottom of my bag. The feather, the comb, the bone. Shit. What if he was... What did he look like? Red hair, nice face, smart looking. He looked like an English teacher? But without the tweedy clothes, and he looks exactly the same now, 10 years later, like ageless. Enderland. His voice wrapped around the word like it tasted good. It set my teeth on edge and made me want to hold my secrets closer to my chest. I was jealous of him, I realized. Jealous of the way he could love Althea, uncomplicated, a fan's adoration. Envy lodged in my chest like a chunk of green apple. Why do you love it? I asked. Althea's book. I heard him shift on the floor. It couldn't have been that uncomfortable down there. You know how fairy tales are, like told and retold, he said, his voice soft. And they all fit into this certain type, and you can find a dozen versions of the 12 dancing princesses or the juniper tree or whatever. I nodded because I did know. I'd read them all. I always found that comforting. I liked formulas. I liked narrative arcs I could predict. I liked that my dad still kissed my mom when he got home, on the lips, like in a sitcom. I liked doing stuff the same way every day and reading stories I could take apart into pieces and never really being surprised by anything. I was anxious, I guess. I liked structure. The rat-a-tat talk of Adult Swim bled through the floorboards. I could pick out a word here and there. And then my parents got divorced. And my dad and my therapist gave me loads of books about kids with divorced parents and kids who were mad at the world, but all that anger and uncertainty made it worse. And I thought, like, boo-hoo, my life sucks. All that. Can't get worse. But, haha, the universe was like, fuck that, and she, my mom, she died. She killed herself. I knew it was coming, but the words still took a chunk out of me. I stayed very still when he said them, because I didn't know what else to do. He breathed in and out, soft. And my friends didn't know what to say to me, and my dad didn't know what to do with me. So it was pretty much me and books, but I didn't want the touchy-feely tragedy crap from my therapist to make me feel like I was less alone. I wanted that distance. I wanted that uncaring. Here's your blood and guts and your fucked up happy ending fairy tale voice. But, like, the Andrew Lang stuff wasn't cutting it for me anymore. And then I got my hands on Althea's book, and it was perfect. There was no lessons in it. There was just this harsh, horrible world touched with beautiful magic, where shitty things happen. And they don't happen for a reason, or in threes, or in a way that looks like justice. They're just set in a place that has no rules and doesn't want any. And the author's voice, your grandmother's voice, is perfectly pitiless. She's like a war reporter who doesn't give a fuck. He breathed in, like he was going to say more, but then he went silent. It was nice of your dad, I said, to give you those other books, even if you hated them. He laughed, kind of. That's your takeaway? No, I've spent so much time obsessing over Althea, getting ready to meet her, reading all kinds of fairy tales so I could impress her when I finally did, but she never called, and she never cared, and now she's dead. I'd never said any of this out loud, and doing it now felt like purging poison. Some part of me has been defined by, like, her not being there, and now that she's gone, I'm being haunted by something she created. I really think she created it. Of course she did. What do you mean? He was shaking his head. He sat back up on the sleeping bag. I told you. She was like a war reporter. She didn't write this stuff into creation. She wrote about something that was already out there. I used to think it was metaphors for something, but no, not anymore. Not after seeing Twice Killed Catherine. He paused. And Alice, don't you wonder? What? He flopped down again. Never mind. No way, you've got to stop doing that. What were you going to say? When he spoke, it was almost in a whisper. Don't you wonder if your mom's not the one they want? What if you're the target and she's the bait? Then they would have kidnapped me. It would have been easy. They did kidnap you. That man was Hinterland, you know. Maybe it's different now that you're older. Maybe now you have to go by choice. Even if you were right, I said slowly, it doesn't change anything. They want to get me to do something? They found the right way to do it. I'd follow my mom to hell if I had to. She'd do the same for me. She would, too. Beneath the beauty and the charm and the sharp sparkle of her personality, she had a core of steel. She was like a blade wrapped in a bouquet of orchids. Actually, that's a really good line. She was like a blade wrapped in a bouquet of orchids. I hope to God whoever took her made the mistake of underestimating her. Finch sighed in a way I couldn't read. Let's try to sleep. Long day tomorrow. Questions crowded at the back of my throat. Why are you helping me? Do you think I'll find her? Was that really Twice Killed Catherine? But he'd rolled away from me. A line of moonlight ran like a thin white road from the crown of his head down his back. The longer I stared at it, the more it made him look like he was split in two, revealing something shining beneath his skin. I rolled over and shut my eyes tight, but it was a long time before I drifted away. And that was the end of chapter 11. I think I saw someone follow while I was reading. Thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you. Dude has to be a huge fan of husband killing, huh? Hey there, you wonderful person. Hope you're doing well and wishing you the best stream. Thank you so much, Dark Wolf. Thank you. Got 2 new souls here, too. Oh my. Thank you guys so much for following. Thank you for being here with us. Please don't forget to claim your daily pieces of fruit. Paid chatter. What? Definitely not. Oh, Ted, thank you for the hydrate. What do you guys think so far? Do you guys think Hana's right? Do you think that the Hinterland exists somewhere out there? Paid chatters when a first message is glazing the streamer. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not familiar with that. Hey, if your first time chat isn't glazing the streamer, like, what are you doing? Well, I'm never gonna say Han was right, so... Oh, well, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's an interesting thing to specify that the homie looks split in half. The imagery in this book is my favorite thing about this book. Han's hope in kind people is 0. Like a man trying to figure out which team he's in for some reason. Would absolutely glaze streamer. Oh. Not that I know what's pulling him. Yeah, the way they describe places is so engaging. I did not invent paid chatter. It's just a thing. I've never heard it before. But I believe you. I believe you. You've been in the Twitch space longer than I have, it seems. Oh, posture check. Thank you. I probably needed it. I'm actually gonna do a full-on stretch. Or maybe it's Casket's reading that's engaging? Oh, is it? I'm trying my best. I'm definitely not perfect. There are some words that I stumble on every now and then, but it's not too bad, I feel. It is pretty engaging. Oh, thank you. Hi, Levi. Can we stop saying John Cook? Every time you guys say John Cook, I die a little inside, and I'm already dead, so that is quite a feat. You don't stumble terribly often. Oh, really? Oh, thank you. Who is John Cook? Oh god. Ted. It's what Han so lovingly referred to Jungkook from BTS earlier, and now I guess that's a meme. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a book this much. Really? Oh, wait, that makes me feel really nice, actually. My wife told me I was being mean by saying John Cook earlier. You are! You are! You are being mean! God, I would yell at you right now if I wasn't doing ASMR. Trust. Unless you're into that sort of thing. You want yelling ASMR? I could do that. Any stumble you make is endearing. Oh. Thank you. The quiet yelling. I'm trying not to be too loud. I'm trying. My computer scared the shit out of me while I was reading. When I looked up and I was like, oh, wait, my computer just made a weird noise. I didn't mean to interrupt the story, but it like was so loud in my ears. It was almost like the one of my programs like closed and then reopened itself, but nothing looked different. You guys, maybe I am haunted. There was something that fell earlier in stream earlier today, and now this? I don't know. When I say a long time, I do mean like 10 plus years in this case. Oh wow, computer geek. Such an honor. I'm glad you're enjoying the book so far. Sky is blue and grass is green. No, I'm not mean. I rage bait and annoy, but I try not to be mean. I do recognize that you try not to be mean. I do. I do recognize. However, comma. However, comma. I think your reputation precedes you. However, comma, John Cook, I know, yeah, and I will fight you later, trust. To be honest, I rarely read books or listen to books, but this has been so lovely, I'm hooked. Really? Well, maybe after we finish this book, I can poll the community in Discord and see which book you would like to hear me read next. God, what if I start doing ASMR smut reading? Would you guys listen to that? Is that TOS? I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Oh, you so would. I would. I would. I would do it. I would do it. I have so many books on my shelf, I could just pick one. Would? Okay, guys. Okay, we're derailing. Let's get back to the book, shall we? Let's get back. So they're sleeping in a random house right now. Chapter 12, I think is gonna go off. ASMR smut? What am I tuning into? Oh, hi, King. Nothing. Can I submit my own book whenever I finish it? Yeah, definitely. Railing when? Oh my god. Okay, guys. Okay, behave. Behave. We're gonna start chapter 12, okay? We can talk about railing smut later. Okay. Chapter 12. I didn't dream about twice killed Catherine, like I worried I might. I dreamed about my mother. I dreamed about the day I realized we didn't move for fun, or because she was restless. That she didn't do it to ruin my life, or on a superstitious whim because she didn't like the way an old woman hovered a hand over my forehead on the bus, drawing a helix in the air before hustling off at the next stop. I was 10, and it was our second move in less than 8 months. I'd awoken that morning in my trundle bed on the floor next to Ella's. feeling a tightness in my scalp. When I reached up, my fingers found the coiled bumps of braids. My hair was wrapped in a tight crown of them around my head. But I'd fallen asleep with my hair showered damp and falling to my shoulders in tangles. "Mom?" I said, patting my braided crown. "Why'd you do my hair?" Ella rolled over and blinked at me sleepily, and then a look came into her eyes. Fear, and a spiky anger that yawned open like an aperture before slamming shut into something worse. Hopelessness. "No school today," she'd said, rolling out of bed and going straight to the closet to put down her suitcase. My rage that time had struck like lightning. While she was shoving our kitchen into boxes, I cut every pair of her jeans off just below the crotch in protest over leaving the town the day my 5th grade reading teacher was bringing in Turkish delight. It wasn't until we were in the car, my body splayed against the seat like a shipwrecked survivor in the wake of my tantrum, that I told her about the candy I was missing out on. "It's not like you to think it'll be," she said, the bungalow we'd spent half a year in shrinking in our rear view. "It's chalky, and it smells like flowers. You'd hate it." "You're lying," I replied, turning my head to the window. Ella stopped the car dead in the middle of the road. "Hey." The heat in her voice made me turn. "We don't lie to each other, you and me, right?" I shrugged and nodded. Her eyes were too intense, red in the corners like she'd rubbed them after shopping jalapenos. And in a flash, my tiny, self-centered world expanded outward. She hadn't wanted to go either. She'd put curtains up in the bungalow and fixed the teetering ceiling fan. I'd held on to that revelation and saved it to think about that night, turning it over in my mind like a worry stone, when Ella snored softly in the next motel bed. It scared me, but it also coaxed me closer to her. We'd been on two sides of a divide looking across at each other, and then I realized something that seemed so simple. It changed everything. It tilted the world so she and I were side by side again. There was us, and there was the world. And there was the fear underneath it all, that the fault for our life was mine. Ella was easy to like, with a sweet, gravelly voice that hid a sharp sense of humor and an unforgiving eye for the ridiculous, and dark hair that grew out funny so it licked down her back like flames. I was irritable, prone to fits of rage, and had been told more than once I had crazy eyes. If one of us was the bad luck magnet, it was me. That fear was what kept me quiet, kept me from asking why. I was terrified. The reason was me. The dream played out in living color before fading into a thin, restless sleep. I closed my eyes on moonlight and opened them on a sunlit college in Lynn-Manuel Miranda. The floor beside me was empty, and my phone was blank. No messages from Ella, no missed calls. Once I had a dream in which I walked room by room through an empty house, looking for my mom. Every room felt like she'd just been in it. Every hall echoed with her voice, but I never found her. Now, I felt like I was living in that dream. I swiped my hair and mouth, checking for cowlicks or drool, and slithered into my skirt beneath the comforter. I tried and failed to replicate the hospital-cornered perfection of Courtney's made bed before going to the bathroom, scrub at my teeth with a guest towel. My hair stuck up at odd angles, so I dunked my head under the tap. Downstairs, Finch was tapping away at a laptop in a huge open-plan kitchen, while David poured boiling water into a French press. "You're up?" Finch sounded like he'd taken a hit of helium. I found it! I found a copy of Tales of the Hinterland." I squinted at him. "Found it like you're bidding on eBay?" Found it like it's here in New York and we can go pick it up now. The thrill that ran through me as much fear. The thrill that ran through me was as much fear as it was excitement. No way. I dropped onto the stool next to him. How? I called every rare book dealer in town. Not for the first time, but this is the first time someone actually had it. I hope you like weird Scandinavian health toast, David said, placing a plate of coarse brown rectangles in front of us, because that's all we have. I was too keyed up to eat, which made me drink more coffee than I should have, which made me even more jangled. But I didn't care, because I was about to go get my hands on the book that was haunting me, possibly, literally. And drinking coffee was a good distraction from the sinking suspicion that this was a little too easy, that our sudden good fortune could actually be a trap. I was rinsing my mug in the big farmhouse sink when something dark slammed against the window. I flinched away as a massive, raggedy black bird flapped backwards and then threw itself at the glass window a second time. Whoa! David hustled to the window. The bird was beating against it, a flurry of wings. Hey, you're hurting yourself, buddy. He slapped his palm on the glass, jerking back when the bird's motion became more frenzied. There was something in its beak. I recognized its shape, an industrial rectangle that made my stomach lurch. Shit, man. David looked back at us, his face troubled. Do you think it's blind or something? Should I let it inside? Don't, I said, my voice hard and quick. Please. David frowned at me, but didn't move. We watched silently as the bird charged the window with the last of its strength before dropping out of view. The thing it had been holding snagged into a corner of the frame. I moved to the blood-smeared window and eased it open, carefully snatching the envelope before it could come loose. My name was written across the back in a hasty scrawl. The envelope held another soft, worn page with a freshly ripped edge. I lifted it enough to read the top. The door that wasn't there. Hansa the Traveler. The Clockwork Bride. What the hell? Breathed David over my shoulder. That's your name on the envelope, right? Is that for you? The coffee tasted gritty and burnt on my tongue. Finch tried to meet my eyes, but I couldn't look back. We didn't talk on the way to the subway. I felt stunned and flayed, a nerve ending exposed to cold sun. I refused to let Finch hail a cab, fearing whoever might be behind the wheel. The bookshop was a straight shot up to Harlem, but it was the kind of slow and halting train ride that makes you think something evil is set against you getting where you're going, even on days where you don't have a really, really good reason to believe that anyway. The shop was at the end of a homey stretch of brownstones, tucked into a bottom story. The lettering on its sign reminded me of an old-fashioned candy store. Perks Antique Books, in a looping font. Do you think he paid his sign maker by the letter? They were the first few words Finch had spoken since he'd touched my elbow and said, "This way," when we got off the subway. I mustered a close-lipped smile. I kept seeing the bird's flat black eyes against the window. Finch rang the bell beside the wrought iron door. Half a minute later, we heard someone undoing a series of locks on the other side. A man who opened the door looked less like an antique bookseller and more like a bookie. His tie was a loud yellow, his suit an exhausted brown. He had a napkin tucked into his collar that appeared to be covered in barbecue sauce. He squinted suspiciously at Finch, all wild hair, unzipped jacket, one restless hand stuck out for a shake. "You Ellery Finch," he said out the side of his mouth, like he was trying to sell us drugs in Tompkins Square Park. "I am. William Perks." The guy agreed and finally took Finch's hand, giving it 2 pumps. I held mine out, but he kissed it instead. I resisted the urge to wipe it on my wrinkled uniform skirt. Come in, come in. Would you believe I just got the book you're looking for this morning? I knew it wouldn't be long before the collectors started sniffing me out. It's the first one I've ever had in stock, and only the second I've ever seen. I'll be damned if the quality on this one isn't high, high, high. His patter made him sound like a country fair auctioneer, but at least he wasn't treating us like children. I'd anticipated a tidy little bookshop lined with leather volumes and looking a little bit like Finch's library, but what I got was a mind-boggling riot of bookshelves that started a few yards from the door, standing at all angles and punctuated by free-range stacks rising from the ground, in a room that smelled like paste and paper and the animal tang of vellum and barbecue. Perks led us to a glass case in the back, full of books lying open like butterflies. Finch frowned. Bad for the spines, he muttered. So, I'm gonna wash my hands real good, and then I'm gonna bring you what you seek. Perks put his palms together, bowed to us, and then exited the room. Do you think he really got it this morning? I asked Finch, low. He shrugged. Stranger things have happened, like recently. Perks zoomed back in before I could reply. I had the idea he was as eager to sell as we were to buy. I was right, but not for the reason I thought. Here she is, he said softly, slipping the book from a paper sleeve. The sight of its embossed leather cover, dull gold on green, made my breath catch. It was the book at last, soft and inviting and perfectly sized for holding. Perks saw my expression and laughed. I thought you were just along for the ride, but it looks like you're the one who's buying. Are there any missing pages? The bookseller made a show of looking horrified. Not on your life. I relaxed a little. Did you really get it today? I did indeed. And within the hour, you called me looking for it. You might think it's strange, but you get used to those karmatic moments in the book buying business. Books want to be read, and by the right people. There's nothing surprising in it, not to me. Who sold it to you? Someone who said he'd bought it at an estate sale, but I can't double-check everyone's story. What did he look like? Ellery asked. Say he had red hair. Perks mulled it over. He was young, almost as young as you. White kid, dark hair, mug on him like he'd sell you your own mother. And he hesitated, his eyes flicking between us. He was what? An odd bird. A little shifty. He had this air to him, like a man out of time. What do you mean? My voice must have had a warning note in it, because Perks threw up his hands and smiled disarmingly. It's the look these days, the train jumper look. That Brooklyn thing, girls your age must like it. He beckoned our attention back to the book. Want to take a look? What I wanted to know, for sure, if the boy who sold him the book was the same one I'd seen outside of Whitechapel, and again in the diner, and whether it was a different copy from the one I'd seen at my cafe, in the hands of the red-haired man. Perks slipped on white gloves and made him look like an off-brand Mickey Mouse. The binding is near mint condition. He deftly flipped the book over and back again. No foxing on the pages, some discoloration, of course, but that's to be expected. As he opened the book, a scent rose from its pages, the homey must of old print and something else. Something sweet. It was there and gone in an instant. Some yearning part of me wanted to believe it was Althea's perfume. This title, first print run, was quite small, as you probably know. Perks began. He stopped talking as the book fell open to a Polaroid photo stuck between its pages. It was flipped, so we could only see the white of its backing. He grinned. Didn't see that before. You wouldn't believe the things you find in old books. When it's a photo, odds are 10 to 1 it's an arty one, if you know what I mean. The young lady had better avert her eyes. He flipped the photo in his Mickey hands and examined its front, and then frowned. His eyes flicked up to us and back down to the photo. He shoved it over the counter. What the hell is this? It took a moment to understand what I was seeing. The photo was of us. Me and Finch lying side by side in Courtney's room. Me on the bed, him on the floor. Judging by the angle and the thin, spangled light, it had been taken early that morning by someone standing at our feet. We were both asleep. Ellery's arms thrown loosely over his head and mine pillowed beneath my cheek. My blood turned to ice water. Someone had been in that room with us, watching while we slept. Finch got his voice back first. Sir, we have no idea how that... I don't think so. What is this shit? You have your friend sell me this book and then you come back to buy it? Smells like day-old fish to me. Perks picked it up roughly. Is this even a real Proserpine? Please, I said, my voice unnatural in my ears. I've never seen that photo in my life, I swear, but please, just sell us the book. Perks shook his head, spastically. This is so fucking weird. Either you and the seller are in cahoots, or something else is going on. But either way, you can march yourselves right out of my place. Look, we want to give you money. Finch pulled out his wallet, opened it. What you told me on the phone, plus an extra $1,000 on top. I've got a blank check. We'll wait while you cash it. The old bookseller's face flushed a dangerous red. I never should have bought that book in the first place. Not from that shady kid. I was glad to be getting rid of it so quickly, but now I don't care. You know the copy I saw, that first time? He thrust a finger in my face. Torched. In my buddy's car along with it. Maybe by people like you. But sir, Finch said, we're trying to buy it. I'd rather take it as a loss. Perks shoved the Polaroid at Finch and jammed the book into its bag. Get out. And don't even think about trying to come back to steal this. It'll be out of my shop in an hour. Someone else can deal with the cursed thing. You think it's cursed? I said, and Perks looked at me with something close to pity. You seem like a nice girl, he said, shaking his head. Why do nice girls hang around with scummy boys like this? I'll never understand. He wasn't that tall, and for one mad moment I thought of pushing him aside and taking the book by force, but he ushered us out of the shop before I got up the nerve. Damn it, Finch said when the door had slammed behind us. Why didn't I grab it? That's exactly what I was thinking. Someone was in the room with us last night. Who the hell took this photo? Finch stared at the crumpled Polaroid in his hand. No chance it was David, right? Someone stood over us while we slept. Guy can barely put on pants. He's not up to planning this level of mindfuckery. We were walking fast down the street, both of us looking every which way and not trying to hide it. They broke in, took our photo, put it in the book, and then sold it to this guy so he could sell it to us? Why? Why not just face you? Finch's hair seemed to have gained another inch in the last few minutes. Clearly, it expanded with stress. Take me, like they did my mom. Why not just take me? Maybe... He put his palms together like Sherlock, breathed out loudly. Maybe it's a fairy tale thing. How so? Maybe they can't touch you because you're Althea's granddaughter. He was getting excited. Maybe, like, since her blood runs in your veins? I'm not a fan theory, Finch. And they took Ella. They touched Ella. She's more Althea's than I am. I turned my head sharply. I couldn't look at him anymore. The day was overbright, thrumming with menace. I blinked at a girl across the street, wearing a long peasant skirt and walking a pot-belly pig on a braided leash. A pot-belly pig? On a leash? Okay. On the other side, moving towards us, a man in a baseball cap carried a bouquet of white roses. As he got closer, I could see how they glistened with fake raindrops. An old woman watched us through the second-floor window of a nearby building, her underbite telling us to get off her lawn. The flower man had a camera in one hand. The girl looked at me as she unhitched her pig from its lead. The man lifted the camera to his eye. They were the hinterland. They were all the hinterland. A migraine exploded like a bottle rocket inside my skull. My knees went woozy and my teeth and my knuckles ached. I smelled the dusty perfume of the book again and my vision went green before a black crow's wings obscured my sight. That was the end of chapter 12. Yeah, so, chapter 12, what the pig, I'm sorry, the pig really threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting the pig, I'm gonna be honest. How the heck they got that photo? Right, yeah, from the foot of their bed. I think the better question is, if they could get the picture, why is that the only thing they got? They're already inside. Yeah, exactly. Like, why threaten? In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are membered of an elite squad towards the Special Victims Unit. These are their stories. Dun dun. Oh my god. I'm lost, but I'm enjoying it. The pig isn't surprising, to be honest. Whoever is doing this wants something, and it's not physical, so either information or behavior. Yeah, like, I think they are closing in on something they shouldn't be. So whoever is trying to cover it up or deter them. I think so. But, like, oh, I love that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. The birds. The birds are kind of crazy, right? Potbelly pigs are in fact kept as pets in some places. Yes, but on a sidewalk in New York City, I feel like that would definitely turn heads, you know? And no one's looking at the pig. Everyone's looking at them. I don't know. Do you think everyone's the hinterland? We'll see. Should I continue to chapter 13? Yes, 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 yes. For the love of God? Okay. Hold on 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of water. It's like the owls in Harry Potter, but instead of coming back, you send the bird to the patio door. Have you not ever seen signs up like no dogs, cats? No, I've never. Never seen a no potbelly pig sign. Thank you for the head pat, thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you for the glasses. Actually, I can probably read much better now. Okay. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, lucky number. It scared me sometimes, how little I could remember. When I looked back over my life, it melted together into one long, soft focus shot of rain through the windshield. Focus my eyes one way, I saw drops on glass. Focus them another, and I saw the wet highway stretching out ahead. The things that stuck with me were the in-between places, not the places we landed. Highways, dirt roads, truck stops, motels with puddle-warmed swimming pools clogged with leaves. An orchid. We stopped at once on our way to Indianapolis to pick apples. Oh, sorry, an orchard. We stopped at once to pick apples. They tasted like bananas and candy and flowers. What? Apples that tasted like bananas and candies and flowers? Okay, well, I mean, she's a kid, so maybe. I remembered less from my own life than I did from the books I read. In Nashville, I mainlined Francesca Leah Block. In Maine, it was Peter Pan, and then Peter Pan in Kensington Gardens, and then Peter and the Star Chasers. From the winter, we spent in Chicago, while Ella worked as a custodian and apprentice costume designer at a tiny storefront theater. I remembered The Big Sleep, 1001 Nights, and a cold so astonishingly complete it felt personal. Everyone is supposed to be a combination of nature and nurture, their true selves shaped by years of friends and fights and parents and dreams and things you did too young and things you overheard that you shouldn't have and secrets you kept or couldn't and regrets and victories and quiet prides. All the packed together detritus that becomes what you call your life. But every time we left a place, I felt the things that happened there being wiped clean, till all that was left was Ella. Our fights and our talks and our winding roads. I wrote down dates and places in the corners of my books and lost them along the way. Maybe it was my mother whispering in my ear, "The bad luck won't follow us to the next place. You don't have to remember it this way." Or maybe it was the clean break of it, the way we just never looked back. But I didn't think so. I thought it was just me. My mind was an old cassette tape that kept being recorded over. Only wavering ghost notes from the old music came through. I wondered sometimes what the original recording would sound like, what the source code of me might look like. I worried it was darker than I wanted it to be. I worried it didn't exist at all. I was like a balloon tied to Ella's wrist. If I didn't have her to tell me who I was, remind me why it mattered, I might just float away. Passing out felt like doing just that, giving up, floating into the ether. Even the pain in my head faded away, but gravity was insistent. The world wanted me back. A voice lapped over me in slow motion. My eyesight returned in a paisley wash of swirls and blobs before resolving into something true. Someone crouched in front of me. The sun at their back made them into negative space. My arm felt like a bag of wet flour, and I lifted it anyway to touch the halo of their hair. The person grew very still as I tangled my fingers into the softness by their neck. "Mom?" I croaked. "No, sorry." Finch's voice was careful and small. My memory came back with it. I dropped my hand, squeezed it into a fist. "You passed out," he said. My back was propped against the low stone wall of a brownstone garden. The light had changed. It was hotter, more golden. After a couple of false starts, I spoke again. "What is it?" He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't place. He looked like Ella after she ate pot brownies and took me to a show at a planetarium, his eyes all wide and reverent. He looked wonderstruck. I must have been misreading it. I couldn't have looked that good passed out. I glared at him a little, and some of the shine went out of his eyes. "You weren't out long," he said. "You didn't hit your head. You'll be fine. You just need to eat something." "The girl," I said, "with the pig, and the boy with the camera, where'd they go?" He frowned slightly. "I didn't see them. I was busy with you, I guess." The streets were empty, but I still felt the presence of watching eyes. "I caught you kinda awkward," Finch said. "You hurt your knees going down." But the pain was good. It was something to focus on. My body had that horrible heavy post-nap feeling where you can't tell what day it is, and you could almost cry. I wanted my mom in a way you maybe can't ever want anyone else. It was primal and sharp, and it made me feel like a needle in the haystack of a cold and terrible world. I wanted my mom. "We have to go. I have to get out of here." "Okay." He lifted his hand like he was going to touch my face, and then kept lifting and ran it through his hair. We'll go as soon as you can walk. Can you walk? I could. A rush of pins and needles ran through my legs as I stood, and the fresh scrapes ached. We walked. Slivers of migraine stabbed at the back of my eyes every time I looked at the surface bright with sun. Finch saw me wincing, rummaging around in his bag, and placed a battered ranger's cap on my head. It was the sort of easy, flirtatious move I saw guys make all the time, even at Whitechapel, but his fingers were gentle and the look in his eyes complicated. In the wedge of shade beneath the cap, my thoughts started to clarify. What had I actually seen on the sidewalk outside of Perks's place? A photography student? A girl with an eccentric pet? This wasn't Twice Killed Catherine territory. This was plain paranoia. Paranoia so quick and overwhelming, I'd passed out. How hard would Audrey mock me if she could have seen me swooning and being caught by Ellery Finch? Audrey, I said. What about her? She stopped her dad. I mean, he was going to... He would have actually shot me, but she stopped him. Maybe if I call, I can catch her alone. Make her talk to me. I waved him away towards the bodega we'd stopped at to get food. My phone was nearly dead, but I dialed Ella for the 1,000th time once Finch was out of sight, bracing myself to hear her voicemail. I didn't. Instead, there was a long pause and a distant click. My heart swelled into my throat, and then a nice mechanical voice told me her number had been disconnected. I sat down hard on a Siamese pipe, pulling the brim of Finch's hat over my face. I already knew the hinterland could sneak in while we slept, plant creepy photos in books, and send crows to do their bidding. But turning off my mother's number was so blunt, so rooted in the real world, it scared me more than anything. Before my heart had showed, I called Audrey. So certain she'd let it go to voicemail, I was briefly speechless when she answered. Alice? Audrey, you picked up. Oh my God, I can't believe my dad pulled a gun on you. Her voice was high and fast. I pictured her face, mascaraed and alarmed between sheaths of shiny, processed hair. Audrey, my phone is dying, and I need you to tell me what happened to my mom. I would have called you last night, but I couldn't get away from my dad. He's been, embracing his gun for the last 24 hours. I swear he's going to shoot himself in the balls. I was heartened to hear her sound like herself again, but didn't have time for it. Audrey, please focus for a sec. My mom... Oh, sorry. I'm still freaked out. We're on our way to our place in the Hamptons. Oops, I shouldn't have told you that. We stopped for lunch. I'm in the gross bathroom. I just ate a 900-calorie lobster roll. Do you think I'm in shock? I was holding my phone so tight I could feel ridges forming in my palm. My mom, Audrey. God, I'm sorry. Okay, what happened was I went home over lunch because, well, I had to. Audrey refuses to poop at school. Don't ask me how I know this. So when I got in, I smelled this crazy smell. I mean, you smelled it. I thought Nadia had forgotten to take out the trash. I made a frantic get-on-with-it motion with my hand, even though she couldn't see me. And then I heard fighting. No big deal, considering it was practically divorce day. But then I heard Ella making this sound I'd never heard before, like this hysterical babbling sound. I'm sorry, that's what it sounded like. And she kept saying, please, please. And that's when I started to think maybe she was talking to someone else. The hairs rose on my neck. I wrapped one arm around the cold curling in my stomach. Audrey continued in the most subdued voice I'd ever heard her use. I went to their room. My dad was standing there looking horrible, just totally blank, like he'd been hit in the head, and your mom was crouching on the ground, and there were two others with them. Two others? Two people? Her voice had hairline fractures in it. Not really. I don't think... Alice, they looked like people, but I don't think they were. They were the wrong they were just wrong. The man had face tattoos. He was kind of hot, but his feet, they were dirty and bare, disgusting. He smelled so bad I thought I'd die. And the woman, her eyes, she paused. I could hear the flick of a lighter and her sharp inhale before she spoke again. Your mom? I think she knew them. They told my dad something about her. He won't tell me what it was, but it's something really bad. It made him hate her. Audrey, my phone's about to die. Where did they take her? The second she took to start speaking was excruciating. I don't know exactly. We were in their room. They were scaring me, and suddenly we were in a car. A nice car, with tinted windows. It was like I passed out or something. The man and woman must have been in front, because it was just the three of us. My dad looked so sweaty I thought he was going to have a heart attack, but your mom looked okay. She really did, Alice. She looked strong. She wasn't crying anymore. She was sitting up and looking straight ahead, and when they stopped the car and let my dad and me out in some crap neighborhood in the Bronx, it took us forever to get a cab. She smiled at me. And, oh shit, she had a message for you. I don't understand what it means, but maybe you will. Are you listening? Yes, Audrey, yes. What did she say? She said, tell Alice to stay the hell away from the Hazelwood. I mashed the phone against my ear, like that could make me understand. Did she say why? Did she say anything else? Did you see which direction the car went? I was talking so loud a man sitting on a lawn chair across the street was giving me the stink eye. There was a second of silence, and then the sound of Harold's unmistakable Jersey grumble. This is the woman's room, Dad, Audrey shrieked. I'm talking to Olivia. His voice got louder, and the phone beeped atonally in my ear as Audrey hit numbers in an effort to hang up. Finally, the call disconnected. I didn't want to get her in trouble, but I was powerless to keep myself from dialing again. It went straight to voicemail. She wasn't crying. She looked strong. Audrey made Ella sound like a general going to her execution. Even her message to me sounded like last words. The door to the bodega jangled, and Finch came out juggling 2 water bottles in a paper bag. I told him, briefly, what Audrey had said, and then folded forward over my knees. Hey, he put a hand on my head, and left it there like a hat. I squeezed my eyes shut and panted, focusing on the iron smell of my scraped skin and the little island of Finch's hand, warm through my hair. After a minute, he put his other hand on my shoulder and helped me gently upward, back against the brick wall of the bodega. Too much blood to your head is a bad idea. Just breathe and eat this. The cold bagel sandwich he wrapped my hand around might as well have been a block of wood. My throat made dry insect clicks as I forced down a few bites. She was acting like my mom was dead, I said finally. My voice sounded so devastated it made me hyperventilate. Audrey is not the smartest girl, he said carefully. She's not the queen of careful eyewitness testimony. I huffed a laugh into my hands. We have to go to the Hazelwood. His eyes widened. Okay. I don't know what we'll find there, I warned. I don't even know if it's still Althea's. It could just be a bunch of new rich people living there, or it could be something much worse. You don't have to go with me. Yeah, I do. He said it so simply. I knew he would. That was when I remembered I had no idea where the Hazelwood was. I said, slight problem. A flurry of cell phoning confirmed the obvious. There was no listing address for the Hazelwood. All I knew was that it was upstate. Somewhere. Maybe it's a test, he said. Like only the true of heart can find their way in. That would be classic. The true of heart? I guess I'm out of luck. I'm serious. This is how we need to be thinking. Come on. This is real life, not a fairy tale. He gave me what I was starting to recognize as a very Ellery Finch look. A level gaze that told me I was fooling no one. You don't believe that any more than I do. I didn't. In my mind, the gates of the Hazelwood might as well have been the side of Fairy Hill. If my mom were in a place where she could call me, she would have. And if she were dead, I believed this to the bottom of my being. I would know. She couldn't die without it rendering me in some way. I would feel. If she were dead, I'd be limping. If she were dead, I'd be blind. This meant she was either being held somewhere and kept from calling me, or she was in some faraway place that didn't have phones. I wasn't sure which was worse. Hey, wait a minute, Finch said. I might have found something. He crouched down to show me the blogspot page pulled up on his phone, titled Tripping Through the Dandelions. I squinted at the photo of the blogger, someone named Ness, and groaned. She was in her early 20s and had a pretty clear style obsession with Neil Gaiman's death. She also looked suspiciously similar to the grad student who accosted my mom at Fairway a while back, demanding information on Althea. We moved to a stoop so we could read it together. His fingers were warm, sliding a moment under mine as I grabbed for one half of the screen. The post he'd pulled up was titled, Searching for the Source, Day 133. My research into and quest to find the home of trailblazing feminist author and reclusive Althea Prospertine proved fruitful on this 133rd day, as I suspected it would. 1 + 3 + 3 is 7, a meaningful number to any reader of fairy tales. I rolled my eyes so hard I saw my brain, and then I kept reading because, hey, we were desperate. I have long believed that the Hazelwood is as much a state of mind as it is a place, and ever since I had the good luck of studying Althea's work under Professor Miranda Dean, it has been clear to me that her work bubbled up from a spring fed by as much magic as my mind. I was unsurprised to learn that the Hazelwood exists on no map and is as estranged from Google Earth as true magic is from university English programs today. Hence the sad death of contemporary Prosperpine scholarship. As detailed in my post on August 11th, I recently tracked down the author of Althea's well-known Vanity Fair profile. Though she moved some years ago to an assisted living facility, she was still quite sharp. Through her daughter, she revealed she was never allowed access to Althea herself, conducting her interviews instead by letter and several odd phone calls. I went in search of the piece's photographer, who was admitted to the Hazelwood, hitting a dead end when I learned of his death overseas in 1989. Althea's first and second known marriages ended in widowhood, and she had one daughter, Vanilla Prosperpine. Little is known of Althea's early life beyond that she was only a child of parents long dead. Vanilla has no apparent fixed address and rejects my attempts to start a fruitful dialogue. This is unfortunate considering what she may be able to offer to the criminally underpopulated field of Prosperpine study. I scoffed forcefully. Ellery, I remember this chick. She's a nut. A nut who might have been to the Hazelwood. Keep reading. I grabbed the phone and scrolled through more background and a few veiled pleas for funding, stopping short at this. Armed only with the knowledge that the house is in upstate New York, that, according to Vanity Fair, it's a 5-hour drive from New York City and a 10-minute drive from an unnamed lake, and that its location just outside of township of fewer than 1,000 inhabitants as of the year the profile was written. I set out to find the Hazelwood. I was accompanied, as ever, by my chauffeur and fellow graduate student, Martin. There are reoccurring themes in Althea's works that are disturbing to anyone who knows of her supposed self-imprisonment at her estate, of displacement, of abandonment and assault, of a sort of supernatural identity theft, and naturally an incarceration. The vessel of this imprisonment changes. The body, the tower, the marriage, the cave. But close reading has led me to believe Althea was foretelling her own incarceration, not merely a spiritual, but a physical one. Yes, I have come to understand her, not as a recluse, but as a prisoner. I believe she's being held in the Hazelwood against her will. Martin agrees, but takes a Pulp Fiction perspective. Her image, he imagines her held in a place by creditors or by some original teller of the tale she has made her name on, a theory I do not subscribe to. Of course, Martin has never read the stories firsthand, nor has he sat at the knee of a Professor Miranda Dean and labored to unpack them. I believe the backstory given by Althea in the Vanity Fair article is smoke and mirrors, just one more fairy tale told by a master of them, a master who has plugged herself into an ancient source of odd fables that feels like one corner cut from the fabric of a much larger and stranger world. I believe it is a farce, that very world that holds her prisoner. That very world holds her prisoner. The true aim of my quest, which I have avoided revealing when it seemed too far from my grasp, is to reach and rescue Althea Prosperpine from whoever and whatever it is that binds her. Martin and I left New York City on Wednesday, driving 5 hours north to start, and then looping around area lakes. I admit we hoped for some clue to carry us forward, knowing that otherwise we were looking for a tiny pea beneath an enormous mattress. We both had a powerful sense of the Hazelwood as being surrounded by trees. Because it's called the Hazelwood hack, I couldn't help yelling aloud. We both had a powerful sense of the Hazelwood as being surrounded by trees, and nosed Martin's Honda around many a large and isolated homes in the woods just beyond the state's numerous lakes. The Honda took the brunt of several canine attacks, and I'll admit I was surprised by how quickly New York's upstate homeowners are willing to pull a gun out on a scholar who seeks only information and whose independent study relies on grant money and donations. Click here to learn more. On the third day, I expected, owing to the importance of the number 3 in fairy tales, our luck changed. We stopped for breakfast at a diner owned by a woman who heard tales of an author who lived nearby, though she didn't recognize the name Althea Prosperpine. I scrolled through an extended rant on how unfortunate it was that every waitress and pancake flipper and every truck stop from here to Mars hadn't heard of my grandmother, who was, let's face it, a one-hit wonder, whose books went out of print shortly after she went off the grid for good. Then there was this. Our instincts told us to turn down a dirt path lined with cherry trees blooming very much out of season. When 10 minutes later we reached a pair of tall, green metal gates, we knew we'd found our destination. The gates were decorated with a stylized hazel tree. I ordered Martin to park the car somewhere out of sight, though we didn't see any cameras, and when we exited the car the air felt balmy. By my estimation, it was a full 20 degrees warmer than it had been when we left the diner. We looked through the gates, but could see nothing beyond a strand of trees about 30 yards in. As we circled the estate on foot, we discovered that cunningly placed greenery around the entire perimeter kept us from seeing inside. Martin attempted in several places to scale the fence, but discovered it was impossible. We had no breadcrumbs to mark our path out of the forest, and when I pulled up the map on my phone, it showed our location as being in the center of the Bering Sea. Martin's told him we were on the grounds of Memphis Graceland. Was it a cosmic joke? or a sign that we were on the edge of something bigger than we imagined. Somewhere, I was sure, Althea, or her captor, was laughing at us. Finding no way in, we had to leave the wood. I'm writing this now from my motel room, a 40-minute drive from the Hazelwood. Tomorrow we're going onto the grounds, by hook or by crook. Ellery and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows. She's totally sleeping with Martin, right? In Martin's dreams. But behind Ness's self-interest, there might have been something real. An ancient source, as she said, of true magical weirdness. The strangest part, I said, is the fact that she stalked my grandmother to her home because she thought she had to save her. No, the strangest part is the fact that this is her last blog post. I checked the date, January 17th, 9 months ago, just before Althea died. How often does she usually post? Every day. Huh. I clicked on Ness's bio, looked at a bigger picture of her, and read about how she liked fairy tales, themed dinner parties, and large-scale puppetry. Think they sicked twice killed Catherine on her? I was joking, but not. She's not Catherine's type, but I wouldn't be surprised, and neither would you. What are you doing? I'd gone back to the post and was typing into the comment box, asking her to contact me. Hello, I'm someone you've tried to speak to about Althea in the past, I typed. I thought a moment. I'm ready to speak now. Reply with email address? Before I could give the phone back to Ellery, a response bubbled up, its avatar showing Ness's pale face. Is this who I think it is? My heart shivered against my ribs. That was fast. Not quite, I typed with rubbery fingers. I wasn't my mother, but I was the closest thing Ness was going to get. I waited 1 minute, 2, for her response. Are you in New York? Yes. A few seconds later, a Brooklyn address appeared in the new comment. I was trying to figure out what part when it disappeared again. Shit, remember this. 475 Honor Street, 7F. Got that? 475 Honor Street, 7F. Finch snatched his phone and plugged the address into a ride app. My neck felt goosebumpy. Was this woman just sitting by her Althea post waiting for me to call? Looks like it. Isn't that strange? He narrowed his eyes at me. Strange in the context of the day we're having? Not really. He stood to wait for our car, and I tilted my head back to squint at the sun, letting the last flares of headaches sear themselves like needles into my brain. And that was chapter 13. I, too, think it's crazy that they just put the address in the comments, but also they put it in the comments, left it for a minute, and then deleted it. So, I don't know, maybe they thought it was safe or something to do. That is crazy timing. I think I'm surprised you guys are not used to the crazy timing of the plot of this book yet. Something is definitely going on here. I think so too. Listen, I mean, this was a blogger that posted every single day, and then they went and posted this and never posted again. I'm honestly surprised that they are, quote, responding and alive. I turned my brain off to enjoy it and not guessing too much. Oh, that's fair. Definitely don't ruin it for yourself. Otherwise, I guess the plot too fast. I do the same thing. 13 chapters into a book. Sounds like a story. Good story, but the voice actor is incredibly killing it. Oh. Thank you. I'm not quite voice acting though. I'm just trying to not read too loud. Just trying not to read too loud. Because that's I think the most challenging part of all of this. I enjoy the mystery and the ride. Hey, I'm subscribed to this storyteller for sure. I don't know how to say this, but I don't think you are. But I do like to harp on details and try to see how much it's telling. The details, the little details in this book are where the plot actually is, you know? I'm gonna fight you? Oh, no, you won't. Not tonight. You're doing more than just reading? Am I? I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay. We're on chapter 14. Let me drink some water and then we'll get back into it. You've got tone and timing? Do I? Thank you. I'm trying to just let myself get immersed in the words, you know? Okay. Things the book's words don't provide. Well, I appreciate that. I really and truly I do. Okay. Are we ready for chapter 14? Gonna get into bed, so be right back. No problem. No problem at all. Take your time. Is that not what a voice actor does? I think maybe that's what, like, an audiobook reader does. A voice actor, I think does do those things, but will change their voice. And I'm not really changing my voice, you know? Like, it still sounds like me the whole time, you know what I mean? Audiobooks can be. That is true, it can be. There are audiobooks that, are like, acted now, you know what I mean? They'll have voice actors for characters, but rarely will they put too much inflection in the narration. That is true. That is true. Anyway, I appreciate the glaze, you guys. I really do. Thank you. Okay. Okay, chapter 14. Chapter 14. Ness lived in an ugly, modern gray box at the end of a street of brownstones. I resisted the urge to look upward as we trudged towards her stoop. I didn't want to meet eyes with a snarled-haired woman through a 70-floor window. This visit was weird enough. Finch scanned the row of doorbells before punching the one for 7F. A few seconds later, something garbled came through the intercom box. What do... So wait? We looked at each other. Finch rang the bell again. This time, the voice on the intercom was clearer. It sighed. What does Ilsa wait for? She waits for death, Finch said smoothly, speaking into the box. A pause, and then the nasal screech of the buzzer. Finch kept peeking at me from the corner of his eye, looking smug. You can say it if you want, I said. There was no elevator in sight, or even a lobby, just a narrow flight of stairs covered in sad gray carpet. Looked like we'd be huffing it to the 7th floor. Say what? That your hinterland knowledge got us in? I had no idea what Ilsa waited for. He shrugged. You could guess, though, right? When in doubt, the answer is always death. With a capital D. That's the trick of the hinterland. We didn't talk again until we reached Nessa's floor. Conserving our energy for the climb. On the final landing, I bent over to pant and curse Whitechapel for offering mindful breathing and Krav Maga electives rather than compulsory PE. How you doing, slugger? Finch punched my arm lightly and I waved him off. The door in front of us creaked open just a bit, and we startled back. Though her face was washed clean of makeup, I recognized Ness right away. She stood wedged between the door and its frame, looking at us with unfocused eyes. She wore black jeans and a Weasley Wizard Wheezes shirt, stained down its front with runnels of what I hoped was coffee. Her eyes were wide and cloudy blue. Her hair, a nest of dark curls, shot through with gray, though she seemed a little young to be graying already. I was surprised, though, by how old she looked. Her biopic must have been taken a decade ago. Her eyes ran vacantly over Finch and settled on me. I saw her fingers tighten on the door. "You're the one who messaged me." I nodded. "Althea's granddaughter. It would be. The one who threw an orange at me at the fairway." "Oh, yeah. Can I come in?" "Just you." She stepped back from the door with a distinct air of, "It's your funeral." I followed, giving Finch an apologetic shrug. "Hey, wait." He wedged himself against the doorframe. "Alice." "It's fine, Finch." "Is it?" His voice went low. His eyes, big, protective, made my neck go tight. This was what happened when you started to need someone. They got used to it. "I'm good," I said tightly, and shoved him out of the way so I could close the door. Hopefully, it felt like a friendly shove. Ness's apartment made William Perk's bookstore look like a Zen garden. The smell of it was claustrophobic, sucker punch of Nag Champa, old takeout, and dirty hair. Underneath, it wound a bass note of sage familiar from Ella's purifying rituals. Once I got over the reek, I started to take in the details. It was a studio, a big one. Most of the floor space was taken over by the sealed-up cardboard boxes and stacks of books in every spare surface. The dining room table, the bed, the snagged green velvet armchair was covered in stuff. Balled-up clothes, pizza boxes, craft supplies, lots of craft supplies. I hoped Ness was practicing art therapy. She looked like she could use it. "You want tea?" she asked hoarsely. She looked at me sidelong, her eyes darting skittishly away when I tried to look back. "No." "Okay," I said, twisting my responses as her eyes narrowed. She turned her back and stalked over to switch on the electric kettle, balanced at the edge of her minuscule kitchen counter. I wondered, but didn't ask, how long the water had been sitting inside. As we waited for it to boil, I looked for a place to sit. There was a folding chair pushed up to the table that held nothing worse than a stack of newspaper, so I went to move them onto the floor. A headline on the top caught my eye. "Police launch probe into upstate killings," while Ness slapped a box of Lipton onto the counter. I sat down and began to read. "The tidy hamlet of Birch, New York, has lately been at the center of a statewide investigation following 3 unsolved killings over the course of 7 months. Lemon or cream?" My head snapped up. Ness's milky blue eyes pinned me. Sugar?" How old would the cream be? How shriveled the lemon? Sugar, at least, was safe. As Ness turned back to jiggle an open domino bag over my cup, something made me rip the article from the newspaper front page and tuck it into my skirt pocket. When the tea was ready, Ness used her arm to sweep aside some of the junk on the kitchen table and tipped the contents of a second folding chair onto the floor. She set a white and orange Zabar mug in front of me and sat. "So," she said, "what do you want?" "Note small talk. Not small talk, any more than she did, apparently. I read the last post on your blog, and I'm hoping you can tell me how to find the Hazelwood." "Ha!" She threw back her head and yelled, like people do in books. "Tell me 3 good reasons you need to go. 3 is a fortuitous number in fairy tales, but you already knew that." She screwed her face up and glared at me. "What if I gave you one really good one?" The vacancy in Ness's blue eyes was burning off like fog. "How old do I look to you?" she said. A non sequitur. I lifted one shoulder. If she wanted to be flattered, she was asking the wrong girl. I don't know, 35? I'm 26 years old. I wrapped my hands tight around my mug and looked at her. The gray threads in her hair, the delicate lines around her eyes. I'd heard of people's hair going white from trauma, but this was something else. You got in, didn't you? My voice was hushed. How did you do it? Ness leaned forward, letting her hair fall over her face. We got in, she said tonelessly, because they let us in. We'd have looked forever if they hadn't. They killed Martin, but they let me live. I still don't know why. Something came into her face, the analytical light she must have once lived by. Why didn't they kill me? Why did they let me go? Who killed Martin? I managed, leaning forward on the table's edge, pressed into my ribs. Was it the hinterland? She peered at me. Her voice settled into a pedantic song. When you spend a night in a fairy hill, you come out and the world is 7 years older. But when the Hazelwood let me out, nothing had changed. Only one night had passed. Our car was still there, with his coffee cup in the holder. The coffee was still drinkable, but I was changed. I'd aged in a single night. 7 years, if I had to guess. She touched her fingers to faint crow's feet on each side. Just look at me. I looked. It was all I could do for her. The point is, I wouldn't help you get into that place if you had 300 reasons, she said fiercely. I told you, I only have one. They've got my mother. I have no choice. I know you think it's crazy, but I have to go. Anything you can tell me might help. Ness shook her head convulsively. Then she said something in a small, sing-song voice. Look until the leaves turn red, sew the worlds up with thread. If your journey's left undone, fear the rising of the sun. The words blew through me like a cold wind. Nursery rhymes always did that to me, even the harmless ones. This one didn't seem so harmless. That's all I can tell you, she said. I'm sorry. What did you just tell me? That wasn't anything. Why even let me come here? A lighter clicked beneath the kindling that lived in my chest. Why write back at all? She shrugged, the sharpness gone out of her eyes. Her mind was a blue sky with clouds dashing across it, clarity cut with a mental haze. She sucked in a breath and spoke at once. I thought it would change something, seeing you, wake me up again, make me care, or feel something. The night in the Hazelwood was the longest night of my life. I saw things nobody should see. My friend was killed. I should be sad, right? But I'm not. I haven't felt anything since that night. I'm just numb. Half of me is still there, trapped in that hell, while the rest of me is here, trapped in this room. She stood like it took the last of her strength to do it and went to the front door. I thought she'd open it, kick me out, but instead, she leaned her back against it and looked at me. You might think you have a really good reason, but nothing could be worth this. Nothing could be worth feeling this way. I feel like a changeling wearing someone else's skin. I can't remember what I liked or what I wanted, why I worked or left the house or did anything. It's all gone. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I think whatever I used to be, it dropped through the binding. I wish the rest of me had gone with it. And then she did open the door. I stood on legs I wasn't sure would support me. Just tell me the town, I said. The town where your motel was. I'll figure out the rest. Her eyes scanned mine impersonally. I sucked in a breath when I saw her pupils up close. They were faintly void, like the eyes of a goat. Had they always been that way? She smirked so quick I almost didn't catch it. You're Althea's granddaughter, she said. Go to the woods. If they want you to find them, you will. And that's the end of chapter 14. Do you guys have chills too? Oh, hi Silver. Hi Jello. No, Jello, sorry, no gooning in here today. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can goon privately if you need to, but... Yeah, the end of that chapter always gives me chills. Go to the woods. If they want you to find them, you will. Very ominous. I am thoroughly hooked on Cass reading. I'm glad you guys like it so much. Chapter 14. Crazy that we're already 14 chapters in, huh? Yeah, that is crazy. I was crazy once. The next chapter, chapter 15, will put us halfway through the book. Pretty good, I think. Pretty good. I am not anywhere near tired either, so I'm down to read another chapter. You guys want to hear another one? A good pace. I think so too. Go for it. Okay. So maybe sleeping soon. That's okay. This stream is supposed to be calm and cozy. So if you fall asleep while I'm reading, the VOD will always be here for you. Oh boy, coming back for a new chapter. Perfect to draw. Yes! Please draw along with me. Okay. Chapter 15. Like when I was younger, just one more chapter, please. Yeah, it's like, what, the princess, fuck, the Princess Bride? The princess, shit, you guys, help me. It's like that, Princess Bride, yes, okay. I don't know, for some reason when I say the name of that movie, I always doubt myself. Okay, chapter 15. Finch was waiting for me, half a floor down, sitting on the stairs. He jumped up when he saw me. Well, did you get the address? The question seemed so ridiculous I just stared at him, hearing Ness's creaky voice singing the nursery rhyme. No, I didn't. Oh, shit. So what did you get? Another person telling me to stay the hell away from the Hazelwood? As we walked down 6 flights, I relayed what Ness told me, but I couldn't really get the weird bits across. The eyes, the rhyme, the words of it clung maddeningly to the tip of my tongue. I couldn't quite remember them. And her place was full of old newspapers and dust and crafty stuff, just loads of unused art supplies. Suddenly the idea of them was breaking my heart. Glitter glue and sequin strings to bring back the soul of a woman who'd lost it 7 years ago in one night. Finch didn't respond. When I looked back, he was biting the inside of his cheek, staring down at his shoes. What's wrong? I said, nerves marking my voice. Are we still going? I stopped, hard on the final landing. What? When he didn't respond right away, I charged ahead into the thin blue light of afternoon. On the sidewalk, I paced in place. The chilly air felt good on my skin after the close, hopeless heat of Ness's apartment. Her words had scared me. They also made me feel relentlessly alive. I felt October sharp in my nostrils, hunger curling in my stomach, the last of that morning's caffeine jittering through my blood, the pain lodged behind my heart that wouldn't come unstuck until Ella was standing next to me again. "So what's up?" I asked when he joined me on the sidewalk. "You backing out now?" "You misunderstand me. I'm just making sure you haven't lost your nerve." His words were light challenge in his bright eyes. "Your mom doesn't want you to go?" Ness apparently lost herself in the woods. "We have no idea where to start. I want to make sure you're not, you know, changing your mind." He bounced on the soles of his feet like he was about to take off. "And what if I was?" I asked teasingly. "What if I think we should turn back now?" He mulled my words, subsiding back to earth. "Then we will turn back. It's your decision." His voice was steady, and he'd said the right thing. But I didn't believe him. Something in his face made me remember not everything was about me. Maybe Finch wasn't trying to be the sidekick in my story. Maybe he was trying to start one of his own. "The hazel wood isn't yours," I wanted to say. "The hinterland, neither." Maybe I should have, but he was standing between me and being utterly alone, so I didn't. Ella's car was trapped in Harold's garage, so Finch got us a rental, going through his dad's office to work around the fact that we were both 17. We drove to Target first, stocked up on granola bars and water and canisters of pistachios. I bought cheap jeans, a pack of underwear, and a black sweatshirt, and pulled them on in the bathroom. My uniform I balled up and chucked in the trash. I had a feeling my Whitechapel days were done. Finch was waiting for me outside the bathroom, where he presented me with a cop-style aviator. "Road trip classic," he said. I slipped them on. They tinted the world a cool disco blue. "You gonna make me play card games, too?" "Only if you're lucky." I smiled at him, but didn't reply. The strange rubber band intensity he'd shown outside of Ness's has abated, but I was still feeling cautious. "I'm watching you," my eyes said when I looked at him. "Right back at you," his replied. We sat in the Target food court while we planned our next move, eating oil-soaked triangles of grilled cheese dipped in ketchup. "Anna's heart would break if she could see this," Finch said, staring at his greasy hands like they were covered in blood. "Sorry it's not Jonathan Finch approved," I said reflexively. At the sound of his father's name, Finch's head stayed down and his eyes went up, holding a black weight I'd never seen in them. For a moment, I felt what it must be like for a stranger to lock eyes with me. "Sorry," I said quietly, brushing crumbs off my new jeans. We still don't know where we're even going." "Up north, 5 hours away, somewhere near a lake in a tiny town." Finch recited details from the blog. It worked for Ness. Whatever happened to Ness did not work for Ness. You know what I mean. Let's just leave the city, drive north, look for signs. Signs like "this way to the Hazelwood"? No, signs like a Polaroid stuck in a book, or a crow delivering a letter. Unless you have a better plan. He gave the patented weapons down smile that should have worked on me but kinda didn't. It almost made me forget that flash of black in his eyes. Anyway, he was right. That was the best plan we had. By the time we got on the road, evening was coming down. Sitting in the passenger seat, looking out the sea of brake lights on the side, headlights on the other, felt like an outtake from my life with Ella. We never left town at opportune times. It was always at odd moments when Ella's last job opportunity melted away like fairy gold. or the bad luck threw us one curve too many. Before dinner on a Tuesday, in the middle of the night after a cigarette Ella swore she'd tamped out ignited a motel room fire, I propped my temple against the cool of the glass. So, want to play a card game? I snorted. Ella and I had exhausted every card game known to man, and I invented a dozen more. What? Come on, humor a New York kid. Driving anywhere is like a weird vacation for me. He did hold the steering wheel funny, I'd noticed, at 10 and 2, but in this super self-conscious way, like he was holding up a confused shirt. Yeah, all right. What do you want to play? I expected him to say geography or the license plate alphabet game, but he didn't. Let's play Memory Palace. I looked at him. You made that up. No, my mom did. I'll go first, so I can teach you. He cleared his throat. Okay, the first item in my Memory Palace is a map of Amsterdam. Because Amsterdam is where I lost my virginity in a public park. He laughed self-consciously, like he was already rethinking his brag. So, A is for Amsterdam. Now, you say mine, and then do a B with a memory attached. Did he do it on a bench? Under a bush? Just out in the middle of the grass? I bet it was in a gazebo. I'd pictured Finch having sex with some long-legged Dutch girl 5 different ways before I realized I was taking way too long to answer. Okay. A is for a map of Amsterdam, because that's where you lost your V card. I put air quotes around the phrase with my voice. And B is for beloved, because I read it when my mom and I lived in Vermont. Okay. A is for a map of Amsterdam, because that's where I lost my V card, and I'm already regretting picking that one. And B is for beloved, because you read it when you lived in Vermont. And C is for... let's see. C is for crickets, because they scared the shit out of me when I was little. I didn't make fun of him for that. Crickets were creepy. I named the 3 items in our memory palace and paused. Okay. D is for driving, because that's what I've spent most of my life doing. Nope. Has to be a thing, like an object you can pick up. Fine, I muttered. D is for dazed and confused, because I watched it in a motel room once. A movie? Because you remember watching it? Yeah, I said defensively. It's a thing, and I remember it. Fine, fine. After listing A through D, Finch smiled. And E is for Eggs Benedict, because it's what my mom makes when I'm sick. Made. For a moment, we both held our breath. And then his eyes flicked to the neck of my sweatshirt, where the top of my tattoo crawled towards my collarbone. You're up for F. F is for flower, right? I've always wanted to ask about it. I touched the ink blossom self-consciously, remembering the look on Ella's face when I came home with it. A lost look, an anger I couldn't place. It felt ashamed without ever knowing why. Yeah, maybe when we get to T. I did F, H, and J. Falafel because Ella liked it. Honey because I liked it. Jane Eyre because I'd read it in a temp. Finch did G, I, and K. Gingerbread because his mom used to make gingerbread mansions. Icicles because freshman year he wrote an entire fantasy novel about a war horse named Icicle. And Kit Kats because once his family lived on them for a day when their car broke down in a snowstorm. It was my turn again. L. I rapped out everything in our memory palace, feeling a goofy sense of satisfaction when I got it right. Okay, L is for Don't say a food because you've eaten it or a book because you read it, Finch said. Give me like a real memory. I felt a flush of irritation, colored with shame. Are you saying I'm playing your card game wrong? No, I thought I could get to know you this way, like maybe you'd share something about your past, your family. He said it lightly, without emphasis, but I knew what he wanted. You remember, I've never met her, right? I asked hotly. Like, ever. Althea figures not at all into my life, and my mom hasn't talked about her in 16 years. What about when you were little? Where you grew up? What do you remember about that? His eyes were on the traffic ahead, but his voice held a sharp, accusative tone, like he was collecting findings on me for a book. It would have pissed me off anyway, but what made it worse was his certainty that everyone's mind was flush with memories they could toss off casually. Half the shit I thought that happened to me happened in books, or to Ella, in one of her stories about her early single mom days trying to make ends meet. I don't want to play your stupid game anymore, I said, turning towards the window. And who uses a card game as an excuse to brag about having sex with some bitch in a park? Some bitch? She was my girlfriend for 8 months. It's so ugly when girls call each other that word. Oh my God, Finch. Go get a liberal arts degree. In a perfect world, I would have had headphones I could put on right then, and a cigarette I could smoke in his airspace, but that was not a perfect world. I settled for turning my head and staring out the window, letting all the little alphabetized memories fall from my brain like snow. The silence in the car stretched, and finally slackened when it became clear nobody was going to break. Good. I was staring into the scrub by the side of the road when traffic let up. Finch eased ahead at a steady clip, and the radio turned into a soothing drone as I drifted into the fugue state of the emotionally exhausted long-distance traveler. Without distraction, Ella's absence was settling back into my bones. As long as we were moving, the panic abated. Every time I saw brake lights, it kicked back to life. Scrub turned into trees, turned into thin woods. We veered off the main road and onto some 2 lanes and winding. Dimly, I saw a wobbling light by the side of the road ahead of us and squinted towards it. A headlamp. A man. In a ridiculous bike pants. He was jogging in place, fingers on the pulse beneath his chin. It looked silly. I smiled. Then a dark-skinned woman in a snow-colored dress materialized beside him and put her mouth to his throat. The car flew past, road and jogger and woman hurling into blackness behind us. Did you see that? I screeched. Finch jumped, the car swerving to the right. What? The jogger. That woman. What exactly had I seen? Are there vampires in the hinterland? His hands tightened on the wheel. Oh my God. Not exactly. Turn around. Finch slowed and pulled a U-turn. As we retraced our path, I strained for the sight of a headlamp or the hump of 2 shapes in the dim, but there was nothing to see. After 5 minutes of slow driving, Finch turned us around again. You sure you saw something? You were kind of drifting off, right? I gave him a dirty look. Though it was true. Had my overwhelmed mind cooked up some waking nightmare out of scary stories in the dark? I remember the article I'd ripped out of Ness's apartment, left behind, along with my school uniform, in the Target bathroom. Pull over quick. His eyes flicked to the trees, shuffling their leaves in the navy near dark. Wait, let's get further away. We drove 10 more minutes, leaving the sight of whatever I'd seen far behind us, then pulled the car over on the shoulder and brought his hand down on the power locks. The car ticked, too quiet, and night pressed closed against the windows. I searched on my phone for Deaths Upstate New York. First hit was the article I'd seen at Ness's. Police launch probe into upstate killings. The tiny hamlet of Birch, New York, has lately been at the center of statewide investigation. What are you looking at? Birch, I said. Birch, New York. That's where we should go. Why? What did you find? The jogger murders upstate. His eyes went wide. Hinterland? I wouldn't be surprised. They've been going on for months, and they're all messed up in some way, like Twice Killed Catherine messed up. I hesitated, scanning the tree line. What did you mean, not vampires exactly? Finch faked a shudder. Jenny, the night woman. I remembered the name from Athea's table of contents. How does that one go? Jenny's a spoiled brat farmer's girl who doesn't like the word no. She meets a creepy little kid in the woods who tells her how she can get back at her parents. Prick their heels while they're sleeping, wash a stone in the blood, and bury it under their window. She does it, and it lets the night woman in, which is, a pretty big mistake. Something was sparking in my mind, an ancient paper-flat memory trying to rise. I ran a finger over the nick in my chin. Is there a story about... I tried to think, but reaching for the memory was like trying to catch minnows with my fingers. Chicago, the raking sound of Ella's scream, light around the door. A door. I finished. There's a story in the book. Something to do with a door? How does that one go? The door that wasn't there. Why that one? Just tell me. He hesitated, ducking his head to look out at the trees. Okay. Here's what I remember. That's the end of chapter 15. Chapter 16 looks like it's the story about the door. It's about... how many pages is this? Oh! I just made a discovery, chat. The chapters that are Finch telling, recounting the fairy tales from that book, they don't have page numbers. None of the pages in chapter 16 has any page numbers. We're on page 155. Chapter 17 starts on chapter 166, so it looks like it's about 10 pages, but there's no page numbers on the chapters that are about the story. Interesting, right? Pretty cool. I don't think I'm going to be cruel to you guys today. I think I want to read this chapter 16. It'll put us at an even 8 chapters, but please don't stop before a story a second time. Don't worry, I won't be that cruel. I won't be that cruel today. Oh my god. Why are you guys playing... Are you guys playing Yu-Gi-Oh in my chat? Oh, also, welcome in, Hateful Grin. Thank you for the follow, if you're still here. Much appreciated. Yeah, you guys are playing Pot of Greed, I see. How many pots of greed do you have, actually? Is it possible to have a full deck of pots of greed? Because that would be funny. Alright, before we get into chapter 16, let me drink some more water. 3 hydrates for you guys. Save your channel points. 3? Because I'm only allowed 3 copies of a card. Oh, really? Damn. Play Pot of Greed, draw more pages. I could mate a pot deck. You could. You could. House rules. Play by your own rules. I thought Pot of Greed was either banned or limited to 1. I don't know. Cass, you gave me an idea. I do that a lot, don't I? I'm constantly giving you ideas. Okay. What is chapter 16 about? The story about the door? Oh yeah, we almost split the book right in half. There are cards that can have more draw power than one little pot. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Fair enough, I don't really keep up with Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very interesting, but it's something that I would have to commit some time to learn, you know? Anyway, Chat of Greed. Oh my god, I'm so glad I haven't started reading yet. Hi, Sutomi, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hi, raiders, nice to see you. If you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a Friendly Ghost VTuber. Wonderful to have you here. I usually play variety games, but I'm doing ASMR. This is my second ASMR stream ever, so thank you guys for joining us. Today we're reading a book called The Hazelwood. We are on chapter 16. Finally, I can raid you! I know! I'm finally streaming way too late for me. Sutomi raid! Tomi, how was Leon? Did you tell him that I love him? Also, thank you for the magic, Yume. Nice to see you. Thank you for the raid. Also, thank you, thank you. Casket has a lovely voice. She doesn't know it yet, but she's becoming an audiobook narrator. Is that in my future? Computer Geek, is that in my future? Oh, hi, Umbrella Warrior. Welcome in. Welcome in. Nice to see you guys. We're having a chill night. I'm just reading some books for you guys. And if you end up falling asleep while you're here, then I hope that you are nice and comfortable. She enjoyed Leon for 5 minutes before going back to Grace. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did we give Tomi a shout out? Let's definitely give Tomi a shout out if we haven't. I don't know. If we did, that's fine. I don't know if I saw it. Hey there, been a while. Hi, Doc. Welcome in, Doctor. Doctor? Okay, guys, we're about to get started on chapter 16. If any of you raiders need to raid and run, I totally understand. It is pretty late for me here, so if you guys need to raid and run, please feel free. Make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Amazing, I will let Leon know. W. Tomi, if you need to rest, please feel free to rest. Oh, and thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it immensely. Not much, all things considered. Been chillin' and drawing. Chillin' and drawing. It really means a lot to me that you guys love to chill during these streams and, like, do your own thing and just listen in. That's exactly what I want. Okay, guys. I think it's time to start chapter 16. For anyone joining us that wants to stay for the book, this is a dark fairy tale story about a girl trying to find her missing mother, and she has to find a place called the Hazelwood and follow breadcrumbs that are left to her in the form of fairy tales. Of course, I hope you have a cozy stream. I'll be lurking. Okay, thank you for the lurk. Thank you so much. Okay, chapter 16 is Ellery telling us the story of, what's it called? The Door That Wasn't There. Okay, guys, so this is the door that wasn't there. There once was a rich merchant who lived at the edge of the woods in a tiny town in the hinterland. He spent most of his time traveling, but was at home long enough to give his wife 2 daughters, the eldest Dark and the youngest Golden, born 1 year apart. Their father was distant, and their mother was strange, often shutting herself up in her room for hours. The girls could hear her speaking to someone when they pressed their ears to the door, but only the eldest, Anya, ever heard anyone answer. The voice she heard was so thin and rustling, she could almost believe it was leaves against the window. On a winter's day, when Anya was 16, her mother locked herself in her room and never opened the door again. After 3 days, the servants broke it down and found nothing. The door was bolted, the windows locked. Winter howled outside, but the girl's mother was gone. All she'd left behind was a bone dagger on the floor and a puddle of blood. Anya heard the servants whispering about it and snuck into the room to see for herself. The stain put in her a fear of blood so intense she took to washing out her monthly rags in the dark. The servants sent word to the girl's father that his wife was dead, or gone, or worse, and for a long time heard no reply, until the first warm day of spring, when he drove up in a carriage the girls had never seen. Inside it was their new mother. She stepped down onto the cobblestones and smiled at them. She was smaller than Anya, with a heap of pale hair and blue eyes that switched coldly from one stepdaughter to the next. For 6 months their father stayed home, besotted with his new wife and tolerating his daughters, who ran out as wild as they learned to in all the years they'd raised themselves, with both parents out of sight. Until he grew bored of the stepmother, just as he'd once grown bored of his wife, just as he'd always been bored of his daughters. He kissed the stepmother goodbye, nodded at his daughters, and was gone. It didn't take long for the stepmother to grow impatient. She snapped at the girls, slapped them at the slightest provocation, carried scissors in her pockets to cut off hunks of their long hair when they displeased her. Every time she left the house, she locked the girls up to keep them from misbehaving, she said. She kept them in their mother's room, where the windows were rusted shut and the dark stain on the floor taunted Anya like a vile black eye. Their mother's bed had been chopped into firewood at their father's command. All the pretty things she'd surrounded herself with locked away. They were just 2 girls in an empty room with a poisonous blot on the floor. At first, their stepmother stayed away for a few hours at a time, then for whole days, then entire nights. The first time she left them locked up from dusk to dawn, Anya beat on the door and screamed until her throat and fists were raw, but no one came. When the stepmother finally opened the door, she wrinkled her nose at the smell and gestured at the chamber pot. "Empty it," she said. Coal and rouge melted into candy swirls on her cheeks. She wouldn't meet her stepdaughter's eyes. Finally, there came a day when she locked them in with a bowl of apples and a jug of water and never came back. The sun rose and fell and rose and fell. On the 3rd day, Anya looked out the window and saw the servants walking away from the house, one by one, their belongings on their backs. The house was empty. The apples were eaten, the water long gone. The windows stayed shut and the glass wouldn't give, even when Anya smashed at it with her boot. The night the sisters lay together in the middle of the floor, trying to keep each other warm. Then Anya heard a sound she'd nearly forgotten. It was a sound like leaves rustling together outside of the window. It came from the blood stain on the floor. Slowly, she inched her way towards it, resting her ear just over it and holding her breath. It was deep, deep in the night when the rustling resolved into a voice. "You will die," the voice told her. Anya rolled back onto the floor, angry. "I know," she replied fiercely in her mind. "We're half dead already." "You will die," the voice said. unless. And it told her how she could save herself and her sister, how she could remake the world just enough so that they could live. It would take blood. The next morning, Anya told her sister, Lisbeth, what she'd learned. They must make a door. Their mother wasn't dead. She was gone. She'd used magic to make a door, and it had taken her far, far away. Their mother's blood had spoken to Anya and told her how to make a door of their own to meet her. It will take blood, she told Lisbeth, but it can't be mine. It was a lie. She wasn't bad. She was frightened. The idea of opening her own veins filled her with a sick terror that felt like falling forward and forward without end. She ignored the bitter taste of the lie in her mouth. She took the bone knife from the place the void had told her she'd find it, behind a loose brick inside the cold fireplace. It can't be mine, she said again, because I'm the sorcerer. I must make the door, and you must sacrifice the blood for it. Lisbeth nodded, but something in her eyes told Anya she knew the words were a lie. It made her angry when she drew the blade across her sister's wrist. The anger made her careless, and the blade bit too deep. But Lisbeth said nothing as her sister took her wrist and used it to paint a door. She painted the sides of it first, the two continuous lines, scraping Lisbeth's wrist across the stone. She lifted her as high as she could to paint a lintel over the top. When Anya eased her down and set her back on her feet, Lisbeth was as white as the flesh of an apple. Anya turned away from her sister's drained face and said the words that would make the blood into a door, words the voice had said into her ear 3 times so she'd remember. All at once, the stone wicked up the blood, and the red of it became lines of warm white light. The newly made door swung towards them, letting out a breath of warm air and a scent like clean cotton. They held hands and watched it open. Then Lisbeth moaned and swayed and crumpled to the ground, her cold fingertips stretched out before her, nearly touching the door. The door that wasn't there, and then was. The door that her lifeblood fed. At the moment she let go her last breath, the white light shuddered and went green. The green of infected wounds, of nightmares, of the rind of mold that crawled over weeks-old bread. The cotton scent turned dusty and stuck in Anya's throat. She threw herself against the door, but it was too late. It opened, inch by inch, yawning with dark air that stank. A mouth like a cellar. Anya didn't think her mother could be behind that door, but she had nowhere else to go. She lifted Lisbeth and carried her through. Behind it was a room, like the one they'd left, but reversed. Anya's eyes went to the dark stain on the floor. It was fresh and pooling red. She ran across the room, still holding Lisbeth's body, and wrenched open the bedroom door. The hall behind it curved left instead of right, and the lanterns on the wall were gone, replaced with paintings of people Anya didn't recognize. Their eyes were burned out holes and their mouths were wet and red. The hall hummed with that same heavy green light. Cradling Lisbeth in her arms, Anya moved through the house. It smelled of coal, dust, and blood. In every fireplace curled low green flames. On every table were plates of rotting meat or blackened flowers with livid yellow pollen dripping from their hearts. When she opened the front door, she saw the sickness spread beyond the house. The branches of trees had become slender bones, and the dust of the road was cracking ashes. I did this, she said to herself. I killed my sister. Her death made a door and the door opened on to death. It took her hours, but she dug up enough of the burnt earth to bury her younger sister. Then she set off towards town to see if she could find anything living. Town was a place of strange horrors, not a body to be seen, human nor animal, just a heavy green sky that bathed the whole world in a light the color of disease, and locked doors of houses and windows painted a blind black. Anya saw no one. She needed neither sleep, nor food, nor drink, and when she ran the bone knife over her own wrist, it didn't make a nick in her skin. She climbed the dense black vines spilling over the walls of a cottage to the crumbling gray stones of its roof, and she jumped off. But she drifted to earth like an autumn leaf, touching down, unharmed. There she lay, praying for an end, even though every prayer tasted as bitter as the lie that she had told to kill her sister. It was then that the voice spoke to her again. It had been a long time since she lay on the floor of her mother's bedroom, letting it whisper secrets into her ear, longer than she thought. Far away, her stepmother was dead, killed by a fever. Her father had taken a new bride. He had a son. "Can you take me back home?" Anya pleaded. "You're asking the wrong question," the voice replied. It led her through the town, back to the grave she dug in front of her father's house. From it, a black walnut tree had grown. Its rusted leaves were the only moving thing in the land of the dead. "Lisbeth," Anya whispered, and lay her hand on its trunk. With a rustle like a sigh, the tree dropped 3 walnuts into her hand. She cracked them open, one by one. The first held a green satin dress, the color of moth's wings. The second held a pair of slippers with a black shrine of petrified wood. The third held a translucent stone the size of an eye. When she held it up to her own, the world around her bursted to life. The day was bright, the trees were blooming, and a carriage was bearing down on her. The driver couldn't see her, but the horse did. He reared up, hooves high over Anya's head. She dropped the stone and found herself back in the land of the dead. The stone was a window onto the land of the living. "Do with it what you will," the voice said, "but don't squander your sister's gifts." Anya waited until the green light had faded to murk, marking night in the land of the dead. She put on the green dress and the black slippers. She combed back her hair, and then she raised the stone to her eye. She saw her home as she once knew it, when she was a girl with a mother and a father and a sister named Lisbeth. She held the stone in place like a peephole as she rustled around the house's edges, peering into its windows. She saw a beautiful woman playing the piano, her father drinking a glass of sherry, his hair lined with white, and a boy just older than her. He was tall and narrow, growing into manhood, but not quite there yet. Anya's father looked at him proudly, clapped a hand to his shoulder. The boy's eyes roved idly over the furniture in the room. His mother at the piano, and landed on Anya. He stood up straight and came to the window. Anya shrank back as her father joined his son. The boy pointed at her, but her father just frowned and looked past her, shaking his head. Finally, he pulled the curtains over the window. Anya waited in the garden, in her dress the color of will-o'-wisps. When she lowered her arm, she stood in a place of rotting bowers and bone. When she raised the stone back to her eye, she could see the soft green of grass and the brief starlight of fireflies. She could see the boy walking towards her, his step tentative but his eyes eager. "You may ask me one question," she said, "but it has to be the right one." Who are you? He asked. Anya said nothing. Why can't they see you? He asked. Anya stayed silent. You are very beautiful, he whispered finally, reaching out to touch her. Why do you hold your hands so high? Anya smiled at him, the way she'd seen her stepmother smile. She let him bend close to her lips, closer, before dropping her arm and returning to the dead garden. It took him many nighttime meetings to ask her the right question. By then, his eyes were hollow with sleeplessness, and he looked at her with a love-like hunger. How can I get you to stay? He asked at last. She smiled and moved her mouth to his ear. She told him how they could be together, how he could remake the world just enough so she could re-enter the land of the living. It would take blood. She taught... Oh my god, that just scared me. Why did that just make a sound? Oh my god, that just scared me. It didn't on our side? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh my god, that just made my heart jump out of my chest. Holy crap, thank you for hitting my follower goal. You guys, thank you. Holy. Sorry. I'm so glad that didn't make a noise for you. That just scared the shit out of me. Okay. She... It would take blood. She taught him the words to say, repeating them 3 times so he would remember. She pressed her bone knife into his hand, and she watched as he slid his bleeding wrist over the wall of his father's house, using it to paint a door. He swayed as he spoke the words, his face a mirror of their father's, going pale. The blood turned into a door that glowed with ugly green light at the seams. Anya dropped the stone from her eyes as it swung open. The boy disappeared, and the light turned into warm golden lamplight of home. As Anya walked through the door, she could feel the faintest brush of her half-brother stepping past her into the land of the dead. And then she was standing in her father's house, alive and alone, and death didn't feel cheated because she traded a life for her own. She lifted the stone to her eye, just long enough to peep through at the boy standing in her place in death's green light, his face terrified, before putting it into her pocket. She went to the kitchen and ate spoonfuls of honey, ripped up fistfuls of meat, and let wine run down her chin. Then she climbed the stairs to her father's bedroom where he lay sleeping next to his wife. She felt the bone knife twitching where it lay against her breast. She didn't cut his throat. She cut his wife's, and she lay the stone in the dead woman's hand, where her father would be sure to find it, and lift it to his eye to see the dead world that awaited him, and the son who would call to him always, but whom he could never retrieve. And that was the end of chapter 16. The door that wasn't there. My, quite a story, huh? I kind of want to keep reading. The book has me hooked. What an ending also. I know. It's hard. It's hard to stop here, huh? I'm down. Are you really? Don't let me stop you. Oh. I don't know. What say you, chat? Also, Yusuke, thank you for following, and Smoku Supra, thank you for following as well. I don't know. I think I'm willing to read another chapter. There are only 30 chapters. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see how long chapter 17 is. Oh, it's not that long. I'm in Pacific time, so it's not even 10 p.m. here. Oh, really? My goodness. It is almost 1 a.m. for me here, but I am also wired on caffeine. Okay, let's read chapter 17. Let's do it. As Finch spoke, I stared into the woods. His voice was soft and sporadic, relaying distant horrors. The light began like a trick, spoke about the sisters walking through their blood door, and I blinked again, but I couldn't blink it away. A thin line of white, like the trail of a sparkler, pinned between tree trunks. When Finch finished the story, I put a hand to the glass. Do you see that? He leaned over, peering past me to where the ghost light wavered. Is that another jogger? He murmured. As I made room for him, my elbow hit the power window button. The glass whirred down a few inches, letting in a scent like smoke and metal, like fire and blood. A heady flash of deja vu rose me in my seat. Chicago, Ella's scream, white light. Finch, drive, 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 drive. He slammed the car into gear and squealed onto the road. What happened? What is it? Chicago, Ella's scream, white light and a smell like death. The girl's narrow fingers curling around the edge of a door. Nothing. I don't know. Just drive, okay? He stopped asking. A few miles down the road, he followed signs for a rest stop. After we parked, I followed him out of the car, leaning against the pump as he bought gas, and then trailing after him into the greasy warmth of a McDonald's. No more story time, he said lightly. It's not doing either of us any good. Stop talking, I said it without heat, around a bite of a cheeseburger. My mind was miles away, in the chill of a Chicago winter. The memories were coming faster now. I'd been heel-toeing along the back of the couch. What? I'd been heel-toeing along the back of a couch like a tightrope walker, until I fell, my chin catch the corner of our cheap glass coffee table on the way down. There was blood. Lots of it. So much I thought I must be remembering wrong. And then the memories fell apart into snapshots. Ella pressing a towel to my chin, using another to mop up the blood, the sudden light, the awful smell, and the screaming, the shock of vicious cold as Ella carried me out the back door, shoeless and dripping blood in a dotted line. We'd left everything behind. I'd needed stitches, but we didn't stop at a hospital until we reached Madison. What had we been running from? Back at the car, I got into the driver's seat before Finch could. He looked at me through the passenger window. Are you okay to drive? I gave him a look, and he put his hands up. Fine with me. I'll sleep. Google Maps says 3 more hours to Birch. Drive straight through and find a motel? Sounds good. Let's look for something that's not too close to the woods. The driving steadied me, gave me something to focus on, but I was still spooked. Our headlights ate up and spat out the dark as I strained to see past them. Like whatever it was we were chasing might be just beyond my sight. Around 11, we were still an hour away. Finch was curled into an impossible ball on the passenger seat, eyes closed. Finally, I saw something. The distant embers of road flares. Hey, wake up. I am awake, he said muffled, then lifted his head like a turtle and blinked at the road. Is that an accident? I don't know. As we got closer, the bleached shape of a policeman swam into view, a flare in each hand. I pulled up next to him and stopped. He ducked his head down and peered into Finch's window. He was wearing aviators nearly identical to mine. Combined with his mustache, they looked like a disguise. You all need to turn around. Road's closed for the foreseeable. What happened? I asked, peering through my windshield. I could see 2 cop cars and a handful of officers scattered between them. One was talking into a radio, holding it like an MC holds a microphone. Beyond them was a white SUV, half on, half off the road. Accident. His voice was clipped. Shade below civil. I flipped off my headlights to get a better view. The SUV's doors were open, all 4 of them. There was a hump of something on the road beside it that made my throat go dry, but it was too small to be a person. A jacket, maybe? Car looks okay, I said. Was anyone hurt? Sweetheart, I'm gonna need you to turn around now. Sweetheart? The cop chewed on something, gum or the inside of his cheek. Son, please tell your girlfriend to turn her headlights back on and turn the car around before I write her up. His voice was mechanical. The metallic eyes of his shades pointed towards Finch. The feeling started in my cheeks, like it always did, and flooded my skin with cold fire. You can talk to me, I said. I am right here. Or were you under the impression that a woman can't follow a simple command? Alice. Finch put a hand on my arm, and I shook it off. It was too late to count to 10. Just because we're in whatever shit-stained town is under your jurisdiction, it does not mean you can act like I'm a baby. How dare you treat me like a fucking housewife? For a minute, the cop stared at me, a muscle bouncing in his cheek. When he pulled down his shades, the eyes behind them were irritable and brown. Human. You kiss your mother with that mouth? We're in the middle of something here. I don't have time for your shit. Turn on your headlights and go. He straightened and walked back a few paces, flares hanging at his sides. I stayed put for a moment, unspent adrenaline sending a dying glitter through my limbs, until Finch leaned over and punched the headlines back on. Turn around, he said. For fuck's sake. I glared at him. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? The feeling of knowing you're being an asshole is as bad as feeling wronged, but without the satisfaction. I turned the car around hard and fast, screeching over the grass on the opposite side of the road. What are you talking about? I said through gritted teeth. You know what I'm talking about. How privileged can you get? Me? Ellery? John? Finch? Whatever? I'm privileged? This isn't about money, he exploded. You argued with a cop because you know you can. It's so damned arrogant. Look at me. He gestured at the obvious. He gestured at his skin. What do you think would have happened if I'd been the one screaming at a cop, and he didn't even give you a ticket? Did you want him to give me a ticket? I said, ignoring his point. Should I go back and ask for one? He shook his head, staring out the window. Nothing made me angrier than someone refusing to answer me. The edges of my vision fizzed into something humming in black until I felt like I was looking at the road through a tunnel. Come on, tell me what I should do. Tell me what I should have done. Just stop, he said tirelessly. Let's go to the nearest motel and find a reroute tomorrow. I should have shut up, but I didn't. Hell no. You started a conversation, now let's finish it. God, let it rest. You shouldn't have insulted a cop, okay? He could have dragged me out of the car because you were an idiot. You think rich matters in this situation? You think a cop looks at me and sees rich? You're pretending you don't get it, but you do. I did get it. I did. And the shame of it boiled into something darker. Before my brain could catch up, I jerked the wheel and turned the car off the road, sending us rattling towards the trees. Alice! Finch lunged across and grabbed at the wheel, but I held it fast. The world narrowed to an oak trunk looming in my sight, till panic clawed its way over the tide of rage, making me yank the wheel hard to the left and swerve back onto the road. We rolled over something that made the body of the car bounce hard. My head smacked the roof and the anger burned away. Itchy regret took its place. I'd let myself drift too close to the dark continent at the core of me. A lawless place I never wanted to visit. It had been a while, but it was as familiar as the taste of medicine. Finch sat frozen in the passenger seat. I could feel his eyes on me. I drove faster, like I could leave what I did behind. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, I croaked. I don't care, he said it again, sounding astonished. I don't care. What the hell were you... What am I supposed to think now? How are you going to convince me you won't try to kill us again? I clenched my fists around the wheel. I won't. I wasn't. I'm bad with people. It's stupid. I was being stupid, talking to the cop like that. It's just, disrespect makes me mad. It makes me mad too, but sometimes you have to swallow it the fuck down. Stop, I said, lifting a hand. I'm serious. I know that was horrible, but I can't tell you I won't drive us off the road again if you don't stop talking about it, so maybe you should take the wheel. He settled back against the window, arms folded tightly over his chest, and said nothing. So, I drove. All the way to the gravel lot of the first motel I saw, the Starlight Inn. Pushed right back up against the trees. Finch glanced at them, but said nothing. We were checked in by a man who looked exactly how the guy checking you in at a cheap motel in the middle of the woods would, I suppose. I'd assumed there would be a guest book where I could sign funny names and maybe get Finch to look at me again, but they must only have those in old movies. He paid for just one room, and I was grateful. At this point, I didn't trust he wouldn't disappear. Go back to New York, or try to, and take a wrong turn and end up in the hinterland. Clingy didn't become me. I prided myself on not needing friends. I thought it meant I didn't need anybody. Turned out it just meant I needed Ella terribly, too much. She was literally all I had. Our room was the in-between color of despair, with a landscape painting behind each bed that was a Rorschach test for depression. If you saw a faded-out cornfield in a dusty blue frame, you were fine. But if all you could envision was whatever god-awful sweatshop must have produced it, the prognosis was not so good. Stop staring at the ugly painting, Finch said. You're weirding me out. He flopped down face first onto one of the beds and then immediately rolled over. His pillow smells like the time my bunkmate peed his bed at camp, and I'm too tired to care. I sat on the edge of the other bed. I really am sorry. He winced. Don't say that. What? Why not? He threw an arm over his eyes. Just forget it. Look, what did you see on the road behind the cop? Not an accident, right? With his eyes covered, he was easier to talk to. I lay back on my pillow. Not an accident. I don't know why, but it felt kinda, hinterlandy. You saw the car with all of its doors open? I didn't see anything. There was a cop in my face. I was too busy trying to look innocent. You? Would you look anything but innocent? Oh, yeah. I can be a real asshole. His voice was drifting. I don't buy it, I said softly. You seem like one of the good ones. Shows what you know. There was something in his tone that made me wary, and I took too long to think of a response. His breathing turned steady and slow, a contagious sound that climbed into my limbs and made them heavy as sand. I could barely lift my arm to turn off the light. After I did, I blinked up at the ceiling and smiled. It was covered in phosphorescent stars. I let my eyes close. The sound of Ellery Finch sleeping was almost as good as having someone to reach out for in the dark. And that was the end of chapter 17. I don't remember any mention of Finch's skin color. Is this the first time it's mentioned? No, it was mentioned twice before. He's been, I think when we first met him in the book, he was described as, what was his description? he was described as definitely having um, darker skin, uh, at least in comparison to Alice. I think she described him as being a darker color than she was. And then in in the chapter that he was talking about the Amsterdam thing, the Amsterdam Park thing, he said something about he said something about his stepmom being from somewhere else that typically has darker skinned people. So I think it's been hinted at a couple of times, but they've never like outright mentioned it like they just did in that chapter. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. You have a very soothing voice. Oh, Silver, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Right, I missed that damn. It's okay. It's okay. Um. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Sophia, thank you. Oh, you were also doing ASMR? Fun. Nice to see you. Oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the follows. Hello Raiders, my name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. Nudge, what are you doing? You're starting a hype train. Oh my god, we're here for more bedtime stories. Oh, were you reading bedtime stories too? Holy crap, Nudge, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. Oh, we're testing all the sound triggers now. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, thank you guys so much. Raiders, if you guys don't know me, my name's Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. I typically play a lot of variety games, but we're trying out ASMR, and we're reading one of my favorite books. We love reading. Oh, really? Oh, Sophia, were you reading on your stream too? If you were, what book were you reading? Hi, hello. Frank, nice to see you. Welcome in. Love to find more streamers that read. Really? Oh, Wace, I appreciate that. The King in Yellow tonight. Oh, awesome. The King in Yellow. Honestly, it's really nice to meet another community that likes to read. The King in Yellow is a good one. Right now we're reading The Hazelwood. We just finished up chapter 17, so we're about halfway through the book. But The Hazelwood is like it's like a dark fairy tale-esque novel. It's very good. Highly recommend if anyone here has not ever read it. I'm not familiar with this book. I love dark fairy tales. Yes, it's a short read. If I was reading this by myself, like on my own time, it would probably only take me a single day to read it. It's only 300 pages, 30 chapters. It's really good so far. Oh, thank you. It's about a girl who her mother has gone missing, and she basically has to follow breadcrumbs from a fairy tale novel that her grandmother wrote to try to find her. But it has dark twists and turns and pretty dark fairy tale imagery in it. It's very, very fascinating. I love it so much. Oh, that sounds really good. Yeah, it's perfect for bedtime stories read by a ghost girl, I think. Wonderful, wonderful to meet you. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Let me drop you a follow as well, Sophia. I very much appreciate your raid. But depending on how long you've been going, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. That goes for any of you raiders. If any of you need to bounce out or get some rest, please make sure you have enough water and you're taking care of yourself, okay? The fairy tale elements in the book are rather cruel and mean. They are. I'm gonna get cozy in bed and listen to the rain sounds and story. Okay, sounds good to me. Grimm's fairy tales. Yeah, they are very similar to Grimm's fairy tales, aren't they? Okay. Well, for everyone that just joined us, the last chapter was about the main character, Alice, and her friend have just found a motel to stay the night in. While they're on their way, they're heading to a place called the Hazelwood, which is the title of the book. It is the estate that her grandmother lived in, and they're heading there because they think that is their best shot of finding her mother. So that's where we're at. So let's go ahead and pick up on chapter 18, and we'll continue. Finch was having a nightmare. I heard him in the next bed, making small, sorry sounds. The light that came in around the curtains was the dusty yellow of street lamps. I couldn't tell what time it was, and my phone was plugged into Finch's charger across the room. Finch. Ellery. He didn't answer. When I switched on the bedside light, he flinched but didn't wake. Silently, I sat up and swung my feet to the floor. I stopped there, waiting for his eyes to open. They didn't. My body felt gritty from the motel bed, like I was swimming in the dirt of other people's bodies and just couldn't see it. I rolled my neck and watched him. His head was thrown back and his eyes were moving beneath their lids. Usually, when I look at people too long, I started seeing them as component parts. Bony noses, eyeballs and sockets, odd cartilage curve of ears and fingers so strange and over-evolved, and makeup floating just over the skin. And what the hell was that? Pants and knees, and how did we walk around like all of this was normal? But Finch stayed staunchly, solidly unified. He was a boy in a bed with his neck stretched long. His mouth shaped itself around words I couldn't hear, and then he moaned with such aching regret. I was next to him with my hands on his shoulders before I could even think. Hey, you're having a bad dream. He sucked in hard through his nose. His eyes shuddered open and hooked on the ceiling, and then my face. I watched the dream leave them and sense roll back in. Oh, he said. In his voice were unshed tears, and I thought he might want me to look away, but he grabbed my hand and brought it to his chest and held it. I let him. The steady pump of his heart through his shirt made me remember the heart was a muscle. Our most important one. You were having a nightmare. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alice. He said my name like a person putting something precious down on a bed of moss. For what? It's just a dream. No, He looked at me so intently I dropped my eyes, watched our hands rising and falling with his breath. Alice, let's go back. My head jerked up. His lashes were wet, and his cheeks were creased. My mind shot an arrow from the first time I saw him in his uniform at Whitechapel to right now wearing a t-shirt and boxers in this bed. Back to what? I asked. He let his head dip forward until his forehead touched mine. There are better fairy tales, he whispered. If the hinterland's real, maybe all of it is real. We could look for Neverland or Narnia. I hadn't cried since the night Ella announced her engagement, but I felt like crying now. Ella's not in Neverland, I whispered back, or in Narnia. Maybe she's not in the Hazelwood either. I pulled back, my skin feeling cold where it had touched his. Maybe not, but this is what we came here to do. We don't have to do anything we don't want to do. We can still turn around. Where is this coming from? I yanked my hand back and slammed it down on the mattress, feeling like an impotent ass when it made barely a sound. What did you dream about? He shook his head. I dreamed. All of it was real. It is real. We both saw Twice Killed Catherine. Not that. All of it. All of what? He kept shaking his head, looking past me. Don't you ever feel like your life is a movie, and you're playing a part, and you waste all your time watching yourself in that movie, thinking what a good job you're doing at playing you, until you wake up and remember it's all actually real? Every person around you is fucking real. His voice went fast and faster, and then cracked. Must be nice being rich, I said, giving it an ugly edge. But I knew that wasn't it. I felt that way too, except I never thought I was doing a very good job at my movie. Everything we do has consequences, he said. He'd caught me off guard, looking all soft and disturbed in the middle of the night, but now I was getting pissed. This isn't an assembly on drugs, Finch. You don't need to tell me that. The consequence of you agreeing to drive my ass all the way up to the Hazelwood is that you will now follow through on that agreement. I have no money to give you for gas and no way to convince you to help me, other than the fact that I will actually kill you if you try to drive me back to the city while we're this close to maybe finding my mother. Got it? We stared at each other. I dreamed about the hinterland, he said. Yeah, I got that. But your dream has nothing to do with what we're doing. It tasted like a lie. I tried again. It was a dream, not a prophecy. How far would you go to find her? The end of the earth. No farther? He looked like he wanted me to convince him of something. I pressed my hands to my eyes hard. You feel like you're playing a part in a movie? Well, so do I. I feel like I'm playing a part in a movie where all of the sets have burned down and the script got erased and the cameras have no film and we're in a haunted movie lot in the bad part of town. Finch, she's not just my only family, she's my only person. When I saw acceptance break on his face, I realized what he wanted me to convince him of. He wanted to know I had nothing to lose. He wanted to know, maybe, that I would die in pursuit of Ella. Die like Ness's friend had died. I looked at Finch, solid boyness of him, and I knew I couldn't let him go all the way with me. Not into the black hole of the Hazelwood. At some point in the past 36 hours, he'd joined the tiniest, saddest clique of people, of which Ella had previously been the only member. People I, Alice Crew, couldn't bear to see die. Hell is caring about other people. I woke hours later with a feeling of fleet panic, breathing like I'd just come up from underwater. There was something in my ears, a sense of dying sound. What had woken me? Morning. Finch was awake and watching from the next bed, sitting up with his hands braced behind him. I fisted the hand he'd held to his chest, remembering how he'd looked with wet lashes in the dark. But his anguish of the night before was ironed away, his veneer of chipper Finchness back in place. Morning. I thought Did you hear something? Well, yeah. We've been having a conversation for the last 5 minutes. What? You were talking in your sleep. I answered. What did I say? He smiled. There was something sly in it. Nothing. Just nonsense. You know, sleep stuff. Finch, tell me exactly what I said. His amusement faltered at the ice in my voice. I wondered if he was remembering that time I nearly drove a car with him into a tree. Seriously, it was silly stuff, like you were talking about fishing and toast and crap like that. Please don't freak out. I hate it when people tell me not to freak out. He swung his feet to the floor and looked at me seriously. I'm sorry. You're right. I should have woken you up, but it was cute. You looked so mellowed out. Your voice just sounded so different from usual, but you should have woken me up, I finished. Yeah, he stood and stretched, his t-shirt riding high over his boxers. I switched my gaze to the ceiling, eyes on the mealy yellow circles of plastic stars, until he was in the shower. Why hadn't I believed him just now? What was it in his voice that told me that he was lying? Finch came out fully dressed, and I took his place in the bathroom. After showering, I pulled my clothes back on over damp skin, leaving me with a clammy, half-finished feeling. I'd waited too long since my last haircut, and my wet hair brushed down past the tops of my ears. I frowned and mussed it up. It was thick and corn-colored and wavy, and until I was 14, it was so long I could sit on it. It was total Disney hair, catnip for every little girl with an itchy, braiding finger. Ella had kept it short until I was old enough to put my foot down, and then I'd kept it long until that asshole teacher reminded me it was an invitation. Aren't you a pretty little house cat? After that, I hated my long hair as much as Ella did. Cutting it off helped make me invisible. No more boys reaching through all that silk to snap the strap of my training bra. No more girls asking if they could touch it and grabbing a handful before I had time to reply. Okay, I'm gonna break my own rule. Inari! Inari, thank you for the raid! Thank you, Inari! Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much! Raiders, if you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. Wonderful to see you. We usually play a lot of variety games here, but tonight we're reading a book. The book is called The Hazelwood. It's wonderful to have you guys. Inari, thank you for sharing your community with me. Hi, Misty Mystics. Hello. Hello again, Ted. Nice to see you. We're doing chill reading today. We are. I don't typically interrupt the middle of a chapter like this, but how could I not? Inari's raiding me right now. Oh my gosh, Misty, thank you. Thank you for continuing your sub. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Hi, I've been bouncing around chats. Ah, I see. Hello. I think the monster I had earlier is hyping me up. You think? It's doing its job then. It looks like you were playing art last. I hope you were having a good time drawing. I love your emotes, they're so cute. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I did. Good. If any of you raiders have to raid and run, including you, Inari, if you need a break, if you need to go rest, please feel free, okay? Listen, this monster in your reading had me locked in, and I sketched out a samurai. You sketched out your samurai? Oh my god, that just made me so excited I had to whisper. I was keeping Ted hostage, JK. Okay, well, it's my turn. Ted, get in the basement. It's my turn. JK, you're so funny. No, not again. Yes, again. Well, if anyone that's just joined us, The Hazelwood is a dark fairy tale novel of a girl trying to find her missing mother. I just nod through the radiator. Oh, how are your teeth, buddy? Are your teeth okay? Okay, chat. Let me find where I was on this page. I guess it's my fate to be in the basement. Well, I just created one for you. The whole time I've been streaming for the past like 7 months, I've been saying I don't have a basement, and then that just came out of my mouth. So I guess I have a basement now, but it's just for Onis apparently. Yep, you can stay there all special like. As the narrator of the Darkest Dungeon says, back to the pit. Okay, guys. What? Oh, I found my place. Let's continue, shall we? Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay. You ready to go? I asked, walking back into the bedroom. Finch had ripped open the green foil packet of ground coffee tucked beside the tiny coffee maker on the dresser. Yay or nay? He asked, tipping it towards me. I dipped my nose towards the anemic smell of packaged Folgers and recoiled. My bosses would go into a coma if they saw me drinking that stuff, I began, before remembering for the first time since Ella disappeared that I'd completely blown off Salty Dog. Or was about to. I'd been missing a shift later that day. I thought of Lana, forced to deal with the worst of the regulars on her own. Would she at least wonder enough to call me? And how pathetic was it that the only people in New York who might miss me had to pay me to come around? You have your bosses? Finch replied, wrinkling his forehead in a fussy rich boy way that made me want to kill him. I tried Christian's cell phone while shoving my stuff in my bag in my feet and my sneakers. No answer. I called Lana as we walked out to the parking lot. I could hear the music of her voice picking up as my hand dropped from my ear to my waist. Without looking, I ended the call. So where do you, Finch began, and then stopped. A rental car, parked on the pavement in front of our room, was filled with water. Filled. Like a fish tank. The water was a silty swirl you couldn't see through. A tight, sickly laugh bubbled out of me. It was a reminder, clear as day. The hinterland was with us every step of the way. We thought we were so damned clever, but wherever we went, it was because they were letting us. Finch walked past me, hands on his head, and looked straight up at the sky. I hope you're not looking for rain, I said. I thought he'd be freaked out or aggressively calm in that way Finch was, or even pissed. But when he turned towards me, he looked reverent. The hinterland did this. Yes. We can't go back to New York now. We were never going back to New York. No, I mean, even if we wanted to, it's like we have no choice but to keep going. What? Yes, we do. We have a choice, and we're choosing it. This isn't fate, Finch. This is getting bullied by supernatural assholes. Feet planted as far from the car as I could get them, leaning way forward at the waist, I opened the passenger side door. A tide of water sluiced out. It lapped around my shoes, brackish and full of specks of green and gray. It's seawater, Finch said wordlessly. Right as a fat silverfish plopped out onto the asphalt. It was wide and whiskered like a catfish and landed on its belly. Its sides moved gently in and out. The sight of it filled me with pity. Another victim of the hinterland. The fish was so calm, its whiskery face so ancient-looking, I wondered if it was magic too. What would it give me if I returned it to the ocean? What power might I be granted if I ate it? Finch held up the room key still dangling between his fingers. You make some horrible coffee, I'll try to get us another car. I said a silent apology to the fish and walked away. It turned out there was nowhere to rent a car that we could get to without a car, and no cab service for miles. Finally, we threw ourselves on the mercy of the motel's desk clerk, a woman who could have been the night clerk's twin sister. You could try the fisherman's bus, she said. It stops about a mile from here. It'll take you to Nike, just short of Birch. She gave us winding directions to the depot, 2 miles away. If you hurry, she added ominously, you might catch today's bus. Finch's and mine eyes met, panicked. Today's bus, he asked. Today's only bus? She shrugged and turned back to her red book, flipping lazily through photos of celebrities who were over 50 and loving it. We hightailed it out of there, leaving the flooded car behind. Finch's bottomless wallet was coming in handy again. From an economic standpoint, he barely seemed to register the car's destruction. At least, I'd had my handbag with us in the room. I shoved my arm all the way to its bottom till my fingers ran over the feather, the comb, and the bone. But I didn't pull them out. It was good walking side by side with Finch, looking straight ahead. There was a strange new heat that ran through me like electricity every time our eyes met. Like our conversation the night before had tapped something hidden within me and him. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta put my phone on the charger. And now he was too bright to look at. Was this what it would have been like if Ella had never gone missing and Finch and I had started meeting on purpose? My hand brushed against his, and I snatched it back, shoving it into my pocket. You tried your mom today? He asked once we'd found our way to a wide, rutted road where the air smelled like wet leaves and bait. If the clerk could be trusted, we'd find a filling station, a diner, and a bus stop at the end of it. No, her number's out of service, remember? He walked a few more steps before responding. Of course I do, I'm sorry. Are you okay? His gaze was fixed on the path ahead, but it looked like he was staring at the backs of his own eyes. What? Yeah. Look, if we miss this bus, we're stuck at the motel all day and night. I can't take another minute of the pee pillow, so let's hurry. Have you called your parents? I asked. Made sure they haven't had any problems with Twice Killed Catherine or anything? They're fine, he muttered. Twice Killed Catherine would choke on my stepmother if she tried anything. Too many diamonds. There was a bitter filament in his voice that the joke couldn't hide. But they know where you are. Or you made up some lie, at least? He jerked towards me. Don't worry about it, okay? If they notice I'm missing, which they won't, they'll think I'm staying at someone's house, or locked in the library. Anna might notice, though. For a moment, he looked concerned, and then shook his head. Whatever, I'll deal with it if I go back. When I go back. He snapped his mouth shut and looked at me fiercely. If you go back. Hi, Casket, welcome in. When I go back, I mean. Not what you said. Oh. I saw your comment. I've seen your emotes used almost constantly by Misty. Oh, thank you. It makes me so glad that you guys like my emotes so much. Thank you guys. Thank you. If you go back. When I go back. Not what you said. Freudian slip, okay? I don't want to go back, but I will. All my first editions are there, and my typewriter, and my cardigans, and oh my god, my stepbrother's right. I am a hipster cliché. You have a stepbrother? I do. He lives with his dad. I only have to see him twice a year. He's like a football player with a brain. You want to write the guy off, but then he opens his mouth and says something smart. It's irritating, actually. The conversation was getting away from me. I couldn't ask what I really wanted to know. Why was he here? To help me or to escape? And what did it matter anyway? The end result was the same. Rich Ellery Finch financing my way to the Hazelwood. I'd run the cash card Harold had given me before leaving New York, just to see, and of course it had been canceled. Without Finch, I'd be scraping the bottom of my salty dog savings already. Maybe sensing me formulating another question, he took off at a run. Bus stop, he called over his shoulder. I sped up, grudgingly, my bag bouncing against my hip. He was full of shit. The stop was nowhere in sight. But after jogging behind him for a few minutes, I saw a cabin that turned out to be the diner. Beyond it was the filling station and the lot, where a knot of old men sat on folding chairs, fishing gear and coolers scattered around them. Oh my god! Oh my god! You guys really don't want me to finish this chapter, huh? Opal! Opal, thank you for the raid! Opal, thank you so much! Oh my god, hi wifey, how are you? Raiders, I doubt that you guys don't know me, but if you don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a Friendly Ghost VTuber. Opal is my wife, and I love her dearly. Typically we play a lot of variety games here, but tonight we're reading a book. Who's stopping Casket from finishing? You are, Ven. You are. So rude. Hello, BB. Hi, Opal. Yes, we are cozy tonight. Yeah, we're doing story time tonight. We're reading The Hazelwood. If any of you raiders need to raid and run, I totally understand. RV there yet is pretty stressful, but if you feel like sticking around, we are going to be... Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. We are going to be staying cozy and reading for a little bit longer. Hi, Peachy. Nice to see you, too. Okay. I hope you had so much fun with your stream, Opal. I hope you had so much fun. Okay. Where was I on this page? Oh yeah, the old men in the folding chairs. Finch went over and conferred with the men, flashing me a thumbs up as he jogged back. Bus comes in an hour, takes us right to Nike. Good fishing, apparently. Waffles while we wait? The diner looked and smelled like somebody musty in the living room, but the waffles were good, lacy and buttery and studded with pecans, and one of the old men gave us a beer to split when we rejoined them on the pavement. Finch was still acting tense, staring at nothing and bouncing on his toes while we waited. Finally, I put a hand on his arm. He jumped a mile. God, your hands are freezing. I snatched it back. Cold hands, cold heart. I don't think you have that right. Believe me, I said. I do. You look like you're about to crawl out of your skin. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. Sorry. He looked around and then leaned in. We're so close, you know? The car thing, that's like magic, right? Yeah, I guess it is. That strange, radiant expression was back on his face. It made my neck prickle with mistrust. What do you think we'll find there? He asked. In the Hazelwood. I don't know, I said honestly. My vision of it was like a fairy tale collection on shuffle. Rusting gates creaking open, a castle covered in briars. Somewhere inside, Althea laid out in a glass coffin, like a sleeping beauty or a dead bride. Goosebumps rose on my arms and I rubbed them away. What I didn't picture was Finch coming in with me. No matter what version of the story I imagined, fitting a golden key into a lock, scaling a wall, crawling with thorns, I saw myself finding my way in alone. How far are you planning to go with me? I asked abruptly. All the way to the estate? Because you don't have to. He looked at me blankly, betrayal looming in his eyes. Don't play at that, he said quietly. Just be honest if you're trying to cut me out. Cut you out, I replied just as quietly. The blood started to hum behind my eyes. This isn't a heist. This is a search for a missing person. I don't care what else I find there as long as I find my mom, alive and well. Liar. The word twisted in his mouth, came out almost sweet. You want to know what you said this morning while you were sleeping? I did, but I didn't. I settled for cocking my head. You said the feather, the comb, the bone. I asked what you meant, and you repeated it. The feather, the comb, the bone. My breath caught, and Finch leaned forward. Wait, do you know what that means? No. I was only half untrue. Except now I know you were lying when you told me I hadn't said anything important. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But it's total fairy tale stuff. It's got to mean something. Maybe it's a clue, like how we'll get in. Or else it was a dream. My fingers itched to dig to the bottom of my bag to assure myself I still had them. The feather, the comb, the bone. In bed, asleep, while they do dream things true. His voice was fervent. Don't quote Shakespeare to me, Whitechapel, I snapped. And don't quote me to me, especially dreaming me. Then, because I couldn't help myself, is there something in the book about that, the feather, the comb, and the bone? If there was, would it matter? He asked, his tone light and his gaze anything but. If it was just a dream, I mean. The bus pulled in before I could answer. It was smaller than I expected, somewhere between a Greyhound and a VW, and on the side of it read, Lakes Trailblazers in army green. The driver clearly knew the fishermen, but was unimpressed by us. You got no poles, he said. You hiking? How much? I gave him my flat New York subway face, which worked not at all to shut him up. You heard about the killings up this way? A lot of young folks, mostly hikers. I hope you're not planning on staying out on the trails after dark. No, sir. Finch glanced at me. I've got family up there. Up in Nike. Up in Birch. You know about it, then. Satisfied, the driver closed the door and accepted Finch's cash. Don't want to drop any city idiots up there unawares, so long as you know what to watch out for. He dropped change in Finch's palm. Watch out for murderers, I snapped, still feeling jangled. Is that what we're watching out for? The driver woofed a laugh through his nose and waved us past. The ride was just under an hour, we'd been told. The old men sat in the back, like the cool kids in every grade school Ella had ever enrolled me in, and we took a seat near the front. Finch dropped into sleep almost the minute we sat down, or at least faked it. As soon as I was convinced he really was out, I dug out the feather, the comb, and the bone. They looked prosaic in the daylight. Even the bone didn't look much like a finger anymore. I shoved them deep into my jean pocket, feeling better as soon as they were out of sight. I settled back and nestled my eyes on the trees, watching them roll out like a tapestry. The bus radio played the kind of country song you can sing along to, even if you've never heard them. I hummed quietly, letting my head tip back onto the seat's sticky vinyl. A slow song came on, an echoing 50s crooner that made me think of dead prom queens. The vocalist sang about swaying and kisses and stars and an eerie feminine purr, and I wondered where I'd heard this song before. Look until the leaves turn red, he sang, as the song shifted down into a speak, sing bridge. Sew the worlds up with thread. If your journey's left undone, fear the rising of the sun. The words hit me like an ice cube down the back. It was the rhyme, the strange nursery rhyme Ness had recited to me. I froze, waiting to hear more, but the song ended. There was a staticky record player pause, and Waylon Jennings' voice poured through the speakers like whiskey. The driver bobbed his sunburnt head. It was here, I thought. The hinterland. Here, we're close enough. I looked at Finch, his lips moved a little, and I thought about waking him, or talking to him, see if I could lead him into a dream conversation the way he'd led me. I did neither. I recited the rhyme to myself until it was etched in my mind, watching the trees, for I didn't know what. I didn't see anything but leaves. And that was the end of chapter 18. I think this might be a really good place to halt the reading. I think so. Not only because it's pretty close to 2 a.m. for me, but also I think the next story arc is about to happen. Not gonna lie, I'm having a harder time to follow at this point. A harder time to follow. Feeling eepy, yeah, feeling eepy too. But that means I'm doing my job. Do you have questions, Han? Because I'm tired. Oh, yes, yeah. Then I think we end here. Y'all can sleep, just leave the alert going and let Cass soothe you to sleep. Guys, Sue, thank you. I do think we're going to stop the reading for tonight though. We're gonna end, that was chapter 18, we're gonna end with chapter 18. So I will, I'll still keep the ASMR vibe going, I think, but I'll just turn these off since we're not reading right now. I'll probably have to re-listen to the last chapter because I don't think it stuck. Honestly, that's kind of a high compliment though. If you've been lulled into that kind of rest, but honestly that last chapter was interrupted a couple of times too with the raids, so I totally get it. I understand. But basically what happened was they stayed the night at that motel, and then Ellery Finch had a dream. He had a nightmare about everything being real, and the hinterland being real, and everything in the Hazelwood being real. And he tried to urge Alice to turn back, and tried to say it wasn't too late to turn around and to not go to the Hazelwood. And she denied it. They went back to sleep. And then in the morning, they went out to the car to continue on, and the whole car was full of water, like full to the brim, to the tippy top, with ocean water. Had fish swimming in it and shit. And then they tried to get a new car but couldn't, so then they had to walk to the nearest bus stop to get on the only bus, and there was a bunch of fishermen that got on the bus with them. And now they're heading to the next town over. And that was essentially what happened. But the hinterland is following them everywhere, and she heard an old nursery rhyme that Ness, the girl who went into the Hazelwood and came back 7 years older after one night, she heard the same nursery rhyme that she warned her about. They had silverfish from Minecraft in the car. Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So that is essentially the summary of the chapter that you might have missed. Oh man. But Ellery is asleep in the car. Yeah, the whole bit with the car going kaput I completely missed. That's fair. Did not stick in the brain. That's okay. That's why they were walking along the side of the road. But that is why. So yeah, that's where we're leaving off for today. I have a feeling the next chapter is going to kick a lot of new things off. It's also, the next chapter is chapter 19, so that means there's only 11 chapters left of the book. But to give you guys an idea, there's somehow only 11 chapters left of the book, but my bookmark is only halfway through the pages. So the next chapters are definitely much longer. So I do think this is a great place to stop. So it'll probably be next Saturday that we pick up where we left off. Also, do we know what's the difference between the hazelwood and the hinterland? Is the hazelwood in the hinterland? I'm a little confused about this. So, I think it's supposed to be confusing at this point. I think it's supposed to be confusing. The hazelwood is the name of Alice's grandmother's estate. That's the name of where she lived. The hazelwood. The hinterland is the place where all of the fairy tales she wrote about takes place. So, the book that she wrote, is called Tales from the Hinterland. So the hazelwood would be in the hinterland. Yes, if that does end up being true, yes. Because all of the fairy tales happen in the hinterland, and the hazelwood is where her grandma's from. The hazelwood is also like where her mother Ella grew up and was locked in with her mom. So, yes. I see what you mean. So they could. There are some moments in the book where they're talking about the hinterland, and then the hazelwood comes up, and then vice versa. So they do overlap a little in like subject, you know. Suppose I should put the books away. We can hang out in the rain for a little bit longer. Do you guys think they're going to actually get to the hazelwood in the next chapter? Or do you think there's going to be more hijinks? They're both places, but we're not locked in about the relationship between these two places. Correct. According to the knowledge we have so far in the novel, one is a place that really exists, and one is a place of fairy tale. But the actual physical book I'm reading right now is titled The Hazelwood. So, it does kind of make you think the book is about the hazelwood, right? And not the hinterland. It's a fun dichotomy, right? Gosh, I can't believe it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah, Ghosty is getting sleepy, just like you guys. The rain sound is very soothing, I will say. It is very nice. Well, I guess I should tell you about tomorrow's stream, huh? Tomorrow's stream is going to be another episode of Open Casket. We're featuring my friend Foxy Vamp. If you don't know who Foxy Vamp is, and you plan on being here tomorrow, get ready to be blown away because she has an incredible voice. If you're into VTuber voices, you will not be disappointed by Foxy Vamp's voice. I have been trying to find ASMR videos of rain sounds in the background, but I haven't seen one I like yet. Really? Okay, so before I started doing ASMR, I did some research on like what other ASMR streamers do, and I did kind of find that a lot of people that utilize the rain sounds are not really doing like this thing. At least the ones that I came across. They're kind of just doing like a just chatting situation, which is totally fine. But I always felt like the rain was kind of not really helping the immersion at all with that kind of thing. But I really like the rain sounds. I've actually found most rain sounds in like karaoke streams that I've seen, like in the background. You know, they're always really dull, really low. So I kind of think it works, especially since the graveyard is outside, you know? I think the rain works. adds a layer of atmosphere, ambiance, you know? Yeah, rain is nice for background noise. I agree. I agree. Oh my god, yeah, the dig command. Dude, how could I forget? How could I forget? I like the new age woo sounds also. Oh, the woo, the woo sounds? Oh my goodness. Not the woo sounds. Hmm, okay. Yeah, the woo sounds. Alright, chat. I think we're gonna keep this just chatting a little short. I loved catching the stream a lot. Really? I'm glad. The one they make with the bowl and the thing? Oh, I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. Do I know what they're called? No, but I do think I know what you mean. Thank you for keeping the great time and the amazing ability to keep me locked in on art. Oh, you're welcome. It's nice to have something to listen to while you're doing art. Yeah, it's like a meditation thing. Yeah, it's I think it's called a singing bowl. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what it's called. I think it's called a singing bowl. Anyway, yeah, open casket tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be interviewing my friend Foxy Vamp. I have streamed with her a couple of times, but not recently, not in the recent days. So if you are a new follower here, you might not be familiar with her. I hope that I get to play with her again sometime in the future, but the only game we really overlap on is Dead by Daylight. She plays a lot of shooter games. Like she plays like Marvel Rivals and like Valorant and like Call of Duty, like games like that. And I love her for it, but I'm not. That's just not my steez, you know. But I do like supporting her when I can. She has a killer sense of humor, and if you are at all curious about her personality, the few times we've played Dead by Daylight together, I did have to do the yandere, and she would double down and yandere me back. So that's probably what you can look forward to tomorrow. I've been drawing the whole time you've been streaming today. I almost finished drawing 2 hours ago. Oh my god. Well, almost I finished my drawing 2 hours ago. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lamau, Uno Reverse. Yeah, it's funny. I did a stream with her and Vixie one time, and a couple of, I think Laz was actually in that collab, and another one of Vixie's friends. And we, oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. And I got the yandere redeem on my stream. So I gave everyone a warning and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to have to yandere you guys since it was redeemed." And Foxy just leaned so far into it. It was so much fun. And guys, Sue, I don't know if you were there. You might remember, but it was so much fun because it felt like Vixie and Laz and I think his name is Z. It felt like they were all really uncomfortable. Or like they didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, it's just like me and Foxy going back and forth, being like, "No, I'm more obsessed with you. Oh, but you're so pretty. You don't want me to kill you?" Like, it was. It was so fucking funny. It was so fucking funny. Laz always seems like that. Oh, really? Oh my god. It was great. It was so good. Pixie was like just jealous of the female bromance. Oh, I mean, she should have got in on it, honestly. Like, you don't need a yandere redeem to be obsessed with me. I'll allow it. Mm. I hope she's not too jealous that you're gonna be on Open Casket before she is. She, she is going to be on Open Casket this season, though. Three is a crowd, but there's a reason comics call it crowd work. Is that anything? I think it might be a thing, but I also like the phrase three is a crowd, but four is a party. So let's just add one more. Cherry! Cherry, what are you doing up this late? It's 2 a.m. Thank you for the head pat, thank you. I'll be sure to let her know that on the female bromance, as for Open Casket, I doubt she minds. She has a lot going on at the moment anyways. True. That is fair. That is fair. When I reached out to her about it, she didn't even know what it was, so you're probably right. It's probably not even on her radar. I'm making bad decisions and will feel crusty later, but oh well. Oh. Yeah, yeah. She's watching VODs and realizing she can't breathe worth a damn. is what she's doing. Oh my god. How it goes? It's going good. I'm about to end stream, I think, because I'm so sleepy. It's 2 a.m., but we smashed the book reading today. We read, shit. We read 9 chapters. We read 9 chapters today. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Cass smashed a book. You all heard it. I did. Get some rest, Pookie. I will. I will. Sure, I'm tired anyway. Good night, y'all. I'm headed to bed. Okay. Good night. Good night. I will, let me look for someone to raid. Let me look for someone to raid right now, actually. Let's see. Let's see. Do I have any friends live? Time for me to go to sleep. Good night, y'all. Good night, Nutch. Thank you for being here for the book reading. Much appreciated. And thank you for the gift subs again. You're so generous. Thank you. Next week, she'll get a book nerd, baby steps, and all that. Hey. Hey, never say never. Never say never. Oh, Proxy is live! Oh, but she's playing Marvel Rivals. I should probably send you guys to another person that is, same category. Based on my filters. Oh, I see, I see. Let me see. Gee, see, the thing is that I'm not a fan of the sounds ASMR streams, but I don't see anyone reading either. So I just don't want me sending you to someone playing Marvel Rivals to be like a a jump scare. You know what I mean? Like if there are people here that are sleeping, God, that might be terrible, actually. There is also I don't want to not raid though. That's the thing. What if I do similar? I've never messed with these options actually. Same or small size and same category? Raid Bob Ross? No fucking way. Raid Bob Ross? I don't know. Is Bob Ross live right now? What? There's no way. That's not the thing. There's no way. Yeah, Bob. What? What? Are you shitting my dick right now? Is that real? Is that... That's real? I don't know why I'm finding that hard to believe. I thought, would it not be? Oh no, that's a foot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Someone streams all Bob Ross episodes. Oh, and the channel is just Bob Ross. Oh, really? That's kind of crazy. Wait, hold on. This girl looks cute. Hold on, let me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is not wholesome. That is not wholesome content. That is not wholesome content. You said you said Bob Ross, and the channel is just Bob Ross. That's crazy. I want to raid one of my friends. Oh, it is really loud though. All right, let's look up Bob Ross. Fuck it. Let's see. Search for live channels. Oh my god, you're right. There's 900 people watching it right now, too. I never lie. I mean, I guess you're right. Best of Bob Ross Marathon. Wow. The stream has been up for 1 day and 15 hours. Alright. Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Why not? Oh, they don't accept raids. They don't accept raids. They don't let you do it. I know, it's not real. Oh no, I don't want to have a night where I don't raid someone. I need to raid someone, right? Oh, gross. There is some crazy shit in this ASMR tag. Oh, a lot of this is really gross, actually. What? I guess these are just people who have the same size following as I do. I have someone who's doing art? You do? I would rather do that, honestly. I would rather do that. What's their name, friend? Okay. Cool. How do you know? How do you know this person? Camille Subaki. Hmm. Oh, is she doing like live 2D? I got raided into them one night and they were super cool. Oh, really? W. Okay. Oh, they're a vegan artist. Cool, cool. Hmm. Wait, did she just leave? I think she just left. That's okay, we'll still raid her anyway. We will still raid her anyway. Alright, chat. You guys know the drill at this point, right? Here are my raid commands. Please copy and paste these over into the next chat. First one's for subscribers, second one is for everyone else. I'm just gonna start the raid. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out with me. Sorry it took me so long to find someone to raid. Much appreciated you guys hanging out with me. I hope the book was fun. She's playing BTS. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Okay, you guys. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful night. I hope you sleep well. Good night, guys. Good night. It was meant to be. Good night.